Aloha, aloha. Okay.
How's first presentation? Okay, aloha kakaya kakako. We're gonna be doing our first presentations in about 7 minutes, and it's all gonna be Makolala Hawaii. So we have Bruce over here with lanyards, so you can listen to the live translations. So if you don't know Olala Hawaii, I suggest you go and grab a mikini from Bruce. Mahalo. We'll be starting shortly.
Technical difficulties. Aloha mai kako. Can we chat one more time? Aloha mai kako. Aloha. Welcome to day 2 of our 29th PIPES Intern Symposium. I'm looking at Mama Bear. I don't even know if that's correct, but we're gonna say 29th because we're going with it because we have been around for 29 years. We are super excited for today, not only yesterday, but for today because we have our first Olelo Hawai'i cohort, our internships. Can you get a round of applause? Mahalo nui for everybody joining us online, if there are people online. Yeah, we're super excited. So the first 3 presentations will be all conducted in Olelo Hawai'i. If you do not have your transmitter, please get one from Brother Bruce if you're in the crowd. Yeah, flag him down so that you can understand what's happening up here. And I'm gonna pass it off to Mina to introduce our next round of speakers. So mahalo nui.
Mahalo nui e Nalu for that wonderful introduction. And we're gonna hoau e komo makolelo Hawai'i ki manawa. So aloha nui kako e na hoa makamaka o ke aloha aina. Mai ka pua ko ali e luli ana I ka makani kuehu lepo. O ka lai makau a hiki loa I ka pua hina e haa ana I ka lau makani o nihoa o ka inu vai. Aloha nui kako. So e like me ka nalu I olelo. I loko o iwa kalua kuma iwa makahiki o ka ho'oholo ana ke ia polo kalama o PIPES. E ia mai ke ia mahele o ko kako ho'ike haumana e malama ia ana ma kolelo Hawai'i piha. So na uka haoli e ho'o laha na ho'o laha hea ka hua lelo e ho'o launa I ko kako kanaka mua e ho'o makani ko kako aha mahele o lelo Hawai'i ho'ike haumana panina kawela mua e ia mai no o nai noa ale whaio. Aloha.
Aloha.
Hello everybody, I am Nainoa Alefaio and this is my project, my literature project called Nanai Kamalama. So I am Nainoa, I'm from Hawaii. I lived everywhere. And I went to Kelkaha Elementary, and I lived in Ola'apuna for some years. And then I moved to Oahu to go to Kaimuki High School. And that's where I live to do my bachelor's in Hawaiian Studies at the UH Manoa campus. I just graduated with my bachelor's in Hawaiian Studies, and in this summer I'm working at Kahakaula Ki'ikoleni under Kumukamalani Johnson in the Nanai Kamalama program. Kula ui hele ai o kau me ki kai o me e hunu I kai malino a hele o mahalo ke ia no kumukai kina de silva
I want to thank my kumus from Mekikaʻeu, Kumukahi Kina de Silva, who taught me how to write in Hawaiian. And I'm very thankful to him
for teaching me, mentoring me in this subject.
Ka mahalo hope o ia no ko kau mahalo ya kumu kamalani
And I want to thank Kumu Kamalani
nanai kamalama
and the workers at Nanai
no ke alaka i
Kamalama
ana mai au ma
for
ke ia hua ka
leading
inoi
me on this
ano laila
this trip.
o ke ia papahana o nanai kamalama he papahana noi
And
i
so
mo o
this
kala leo
program,
Hawai'i
Nanai Kamalama,
e
it's a
kalele ana i na mei
literary
kakau ia
analysis.
ka mea kakau hano o ka ohu
And
haaheo o na kuahiwi e kolu
we
o
look
ka lama
at
kui ke au ka hiki no hoi o John Whaley
the
e Musa
writer
Isaac Kihe o
Kihe,
Kihe ke kai mea
John
kakau na
Isaac
nupepa
Kihe.
Hawai'i ka hiko
He's one of the
o kakau o
writers
ia
of
no
the
ka wā
Hawai'i
loihi loa
newspaper,
ane
the old
kana
Hawai'i
lima
newspapers.
makahiki ane kakau ai
He
ama
has
ke ia
written
papahana
in
u
these
ino i ai
newspapers
i
for
ko
about 50
i
years.
ka kihe mo o ko lamu lamu o na ho'ona nea o ka
And
manawa
what I looked at is his
aua puka
newspaper
o na
article,
ho'ona nea o ka
Na
manawa
Ho'ona Nea
ma
o ka
ka
Manawa,
nupepa o ka hoku o Hawai'i
that was
Makamaka
printed on the
Umi
Kahoku
Kuma
Hawaii newspaper
Iwa Kalu Kuma Kolu i
in
ka
the year
Umi Kuma Iwa
1923
Kalu Kuma Ha.
to 1924.
Ano laila o ke
And
ia o
so
John
this
Whaley e
is
Musa Isaac Kihe
this is
e
John
kupa aina o ia
William
no
Isaac
kona o
Kihe.
hana o ia
He
ma ka
is
hiki
from
Umi Kuma
Kona.
Walu Kana Lima Kuma Kolu
He was born
i
1852.
like me kauhi o lelo ai ua kakau o
And
ia
like what I said,
wana
he
nupepa
has
Hawai'i ka
written
hiko
in
mai
many of
kona
the
wā o
articles
pio ai
in
kona
the
o
Hawai'i
maila
newspaper.
ana he mau kona o hana a mau no ko lako noho ana ma
He
kona
has
ka o hana kihe
descendants that
no
currently lives
laila
in Kona as well.
ua malama ia ka ohana e kona no ka walo ihi loa. Kaulana
I-
loa o kihe no kana kakau ana
He's
i
very
ke ka au ho o niwa
well
pu'uwai
known
o
for
ka miki.
writing the
Ua hololo ihi ke ia mo o lelo no e hiku maka hiki.
story
O ka mea hope ana i kakau ai o ia no o makalei. A ka o ka ui ka lele ai ke ia kauvela ma ke ia papahana o ia ka mo o ko lamu lamu o
And
na
what
ho'ona nea o
I've
ka manawa.
studied is Na Ho'onea.
O na ho'ona nea o ka manawa he mo o ko lamu lamu. A ki hei kakau ai e ka lele ana i na mo o lelo wahi pana o kona.
Article Na Ho'onea
Ua puka ia ke ia
focused
mo o ko lamu lamu ma kona wā haumaka i ole. He piha pono ke ia mau pukana he kana kolu me na mo o lelo wahi pana o kona. A nui ino na mo o lelo no nā pua me ke kaha. O ka nui o nā pukana he mau mo o lelo aina ka he mau mea o koa no ke kaulana mahina na kanu na laau o iwi. A me ke kahi mahele no na lā laki a pomai ka i o ka makahiki.
different stories
He
that
ano
are
hoi hoi ke
famous
la.
in Kona.
A ka ua kālele wau i nā mo o lelo wahi pana.
But what I
E noi
focused
i
on
na inoa aina i
is
hoʻopuka
the
ia ma ke ia mo o
well-known
ko
place
lamu.
names and their stories that was
A laila
written
mai,
in this
na pukana he kana
article, Na
kolu o
Ho'onea
loa
o
a
ka
maila
manawa.
he e lua haneli kana walu mau inoa aina e noi i ai.
So there's
A me
about 280
me nā e lua
place
haneli
names
kana
that
walu
were
inoa
written
ua
in this
luu koke i ke kai
story.
hohonu o ka noi i ana.
And so
A e
that's
ano
what
ke
I
kaila ana o
focused
na
on, and
hoʻona
that's
neo
what
ka
I researched
manawa.
on.
O ke ia he mo o lelo no ka loko o waina nā li'i.
So this story,
he loko ia ke ia.
it is a
Ano
fish
koi
pond.
ia ma ka waka hiko no ka hanai ana i na poe he nui ma kona.
It was
He mau mo o
important
kāna.
in feeding the people
He
of Kona.
e kolu mahele o ia loko.
And there's three parts
A
of
ka ale o
this
i kalele
fish
kela.
pond.
O ke ia kau mau ki ina hana, ua helu helu mua wau
So
i na mea
what I
apau na
did
pukana he
is
kana
I
kolu.
first read
A leila ua kiko kiko
all
hou
the
ia na
newspaper
pukana
series
apau.
of Na Ho'onea o
Ma
ka
hope o ke
manawa.
lau ua ohi wau i
And
na
then
inoa aina apau. A ho'okomo i na inoa aina i ke kai pakuhi.
I picked out all
Laila ua
the
imi au
land names
i
that
ke la
was
me
written
ke
in
ia
this
inoa ma na
newspaper
kumu ike.
article, and I placed it
O
in
place
an
names of Hawaii
index.
na America vena pukui. A me Hawaiian place names.
And then I
na
researched
ulukau.
all these place names and their
A leila ua
stories.
ho'okomo
And
ia na
one
i
of
ke
the
apau i loko o ia
resources that I
pakuhi.
researched on is place names of Hawaii
A leila o ke ia ka pahu hopu o
or Hawaiian place name.
o ke ia ka upahu hopu no ke ia papahana ka
And
ali
so
ko no
this
ka nele o
was
ka
my
manawa.
this was
Ka
my
ua make
goal
make au
for
e
this
haku i
program.
mau hua o
I
ko'a e
wanted
ka ana i
to
ke ia ike me ka lahui.
produce
Ke ho'i
different
kai a ulua o kona. Ua make make au e oki leo i hua lono e
different
ka ana i na
products
mo'olelo wahi pana me
that
ko
can be
kona.
eventually shared
O
with
ke
the
Keia he
people of
palapala
Kona
aina,
about the place names and the
piha
stories of where
na
they're from.
inoa aina, a ui noi i ai, a o keia na
And so these are
aina, a ui maupopo,
the lands that
I
I
ko
have
lākou wahi
researched
kiko i,
and
he
where I know where
ane
they
ale ho kai haneli, mana wa ia ma ke kana iwa kumahiku i
specifically
keia
at.
manawa, a ka ua ike ia na wahi a pau, o keia mau inoa he
So all
kana
these
iwa
names
kumahiku.
that I'm showing you,
Ke imi nei o no ke kahi
we
mea,
know their location.
no pu'u o moe moe,
I'm trying to
no ka
find
mea ua
somewhat
hoihoi loa
a land for
ka
pu'u
mo'olelo o
moe
pu'u
moe.
moe moe ia'u. He pu'u keia i uka e o pu'u wa'awa.
This is a
Hoihoi
hill
keia wahi no
up
ka mea.
at
Kona
Pu'uva'awa'a.
mo'olelo he e hāpū kana ka lo'ihi. A
And
ka a'ale i maupopo ia, like, aia i hea, keia wahi,
this,
like, a'ale i olelo
this
ia o
place
ka
named
pu'u hea
Story,
ma uka o
there's
hualalai.
about 4
Ano laila ua
series,
pono wau i imi noi i ma ke kai mau ano palapala aina like ole.
article series that
Ua imi au i ke kahi
explains
palapala
about
aina.
this
Ua loa
story
na inoa
of
Hawai'i
Moe.
i nā pu'u a pau. Ma kahi o hualalai, koiwale o keia mea ua kapa i o Potato Hill ma ka map. No laila, kuhi au o keia paha o pu'u moe moe a ka ale.
So
Maupopo
I'm not
wau.
too sure where
A ka oia
the
ke kai mea
specific
i like
location of Pu'u Moe
pohihihi
Moe is
au.
at, but
Ma hope o
I
kau
just
palapala
took a
aina.
guess by reading
Aia nā
different
haawina nui.
articles about
Mo
other
keia na mea
Pu'u
au i
hills
i a o aina mea au i
around the
ike ai.
area, and that's how I
Ka
guessed
mea mua,
where Pu'u Moe Moe was at.
a ole pau ka ike i ka halau ho'okahi. Ua loa
So
wale he
these are the
ho'okai
main things
haneli.
that I've learned
Umi kuma lima
during
paha
this
inoa aina
research.
i
One
ike
thing
ia.
is
Like,
that
ai hea kiko i
knowledge is not
lako.
taught at one house or one
Ma nā
place.
kumu ike o place names of Hawai'i a me Hawaiian place names. I ke ike ia ua nele ka
And
nui o na inoa e nā kumu ike e lua.
for
Ano
the
laila,
research place names
a
and
ole loa
Hawaiian
pau,
place names,
ka ike i ka halau ho'okahi a ka
there's
a
a
ole nā
lot
e pau. Ka
of
noi
land
i
names
ke
and their stories
ake aka mai
that wasn't
ho'okahi
brought up
o puku
on
i me
these
ulu
resources
kauma.
or didn't
Ano
have the
laila e mau ana
information.
ke ia ano hana noi i no
And
na
so
inoa
there,
aina
it is
o
important
ke kai
that
mau
I have to
makahiki.
continue on researching because a lot
O
of
ke ia ke kai mea i hoihoi loa au. O ke ia he mea
knowledge
a
for
kihe i
these
kakao ai. Ma lalo o
land
ka
names
na pūkana
isn't
no na la'au Hawai'i.
available.
Ua vehe vehe o ia i ke ko'i o ka ha'awi ana i ka ike kupuna i na hanauna hou.
And
Na
in this
opio ho'i o
article,
Hawai'i. Ike
Kihe
ia
wrote
kona
about
make e mau ai
the
ka ike o
importance
iwi
of
o ka aina
continuing
ma o kāna
our
kākau.
knowledge, especially teaching
Ma ka la e walu o me oia ke ia mea.
the new
O ke ia kai
generation.
noa o na la'au Hawai'i ka hiko e ulu nei ma ke ia pai moku ai kamaina ho'i i nā kupuna o kākou. A ho ea mai ia kākou i ke ia la. Eia na e o
So
ka hapa nui
this
o ke
is
ia hanauna ole. A ole i ke ano o ke la me ke ia la'au. A ole no i loa a kai noa o ka hapa nui o na la'au.
so
I ho'i
these are
ke
the
ia
Hawaiian
a ela
plants
maluna.
that were
E mea
taught
mai
by
ka i
our
maoli no ka ike ana
ancestors or
i ke ana
kupuna,
o
and
ke la
it's
a
very
me
important
ke
to
ano pa.
continue
I
on,
ke ano o ke la me ke ia
continue
la
this
o
knowledge,
Hawai'i. A me ko lākou mau inoa e ulu nei
and
ma
it's very
mai ka
important
piko
to
kuahiwi. E po'i mau ia nei e ka uhu ane e
know
kuahiwi
about
a
all
ho
these
ea
plants
hui
and
nā
their
kapakai nehe mālie.
uses,
E kipehi mau ia ana e nā huna kai. O nā la'au
because
hou
it
mai
can be
e ulu nei
very
a ole ia
essential
I ho'okomo
to
ia
us
mai
and
me
our
ke
people.
ia mau mahele. Ano ka mea he mau au lākou I lawe ia mai na aina e mai a ke ulu nei ma ke ia pai moku me ka palena ole. E hiki ole ai I ke kahi o nā
we
la'au
have
Hawai'i
invasive
ke lana kila
plants or
kaulu ana.
plant species that
E
are
ku'uluna ho'oponopono
introduced
a
to
honui
Hawaii,
ke noi ia
and
aku
it
nei
can
kou
have
olu
really
olu
big
ke ena no
impact
ke ia mau
on the
matelia o nā
ecosystem
la'au Hawai'i ka hiko
or the
I
well-being
mea e loa
of
ai
the Hawaiian
ka
plants.
ike a me ka ho'omaupopo ana I ka hanauna hou. Ke ike no lākou iho a ho'omaupopo I ke ia mau mea
And
o
so
ko
it's
lākou
very
aina
important
hānau.
for
Kākau ia
Hawaiian
no ka
people
hoku o
to
Hawai'i
know
e ka ohu ha'aheo
their
I nā kua hiwi e
indigenous
kolu.
plants and
Mea
their
ko'i loa ke ia
endemic
ia'u no ka
plants,
mea ke ho'ike nei o kihe
from
I nā
what are from
pilikia o
plants
nā
that are
mea
introduced
kanu
to
haole
Hawaii.
ulu palena ole nei ma Hawai'i nei.
And so what Keith
Oia
is trying
no
to say is
nā
that
pilikia a mākou a kākou a pau
these
e
plants,
hakaka nei I ke ia maula
foreign plants
ua
that are
like loa
introduced
nā
to
pilikia
Hawaii
o
is like
ke kene kulia
the
I hala aku
problems that
nei
we see
me ko
of
kākou.
other
Ano leila,
introduced
mahalo nui wau ia
things or
kihe no ka
knowledge
hoʻopuka
brought
ana
into
I
Hawaii
keia,
and how it can have a
no ka
negative
hoʻike ana
impact to
ke
our people
koʻikoʻi,
and our knowledge.
o ke kaana ana I na I ke kupuna me ka
And so
hanauna
you can
hou.
see how
Ke kai
um,
mea hope,
really thought about
o keia
the
mau o
importance
lelo a
of
kihe I kākau ai he mea nui
continuing
au.
knowledge
No ka
to
mea
the
aia
next
kona mau mana
generation.
opono I loko o keia poke mo o lelo, a ke vehe vehe nei oia I ke ano ka ulu ana, o na lao haole.
And for myself,
Yeah, ua like noa like ko lākou pilikia me ka kākou mau
I think
pilikia.
that this story
Ma
about
keia papahana I ulu a hewa ai ka hoi hoi. E mau ai keia ano hana noi no na aino o iwi o ka pai moku nei. Lana ka manao e haku au I papahana ano liki me keia me ka manao e noi I piha. Ano I pono I na aino o ka hoʻolago. I kohe mālama lama o kana loa no hoi. O keia, o ke kai manao hou aku I kupu maila. Oia ke komo ana I na papa ma Wakaula, ke ani Kolani. Ua nani a maikaʻi loa ka hana ana ma laila I keia kauwela. Ina hiki au ke imi na mea I pono ai, e noho mahilo. Oia no kahi e noho ai, e komo ana au I na papa ma ka hakaula e hoʻomohala ai I ka umau mākau ma ka ʻōlelo Hawaiʻi. E no I komo ma ka papahana laiʻoʻo I ka makahiki aʻe. A o ka mea hope no hoʻi, oia no na mea aʻu e mālama ai I na makahiki e hiki mai nei. Oia no ka iʻini e mālama a aloha mau I ka ʻaina. Ma o ka huli ana I ka lima I lalo a me ka hana noi I kekahi. A me ke kai mau, a me ke kākau mau ana I nā moʻolelo o nā mea aʻu e aʻo nei. Oia no kekahi mea a kihe I aʻo mai aʻu e kākau I nā moʻolelo. A me na ike I loaʻa ai ia ʻoe I hiki nā hanauna hou e mālama I ka ike hiwahiwa o kūpuna. A me kēlā, makemake au e mahalo I nā mea I uku ai I kēia papahana, oia no o Islands of Opportunity Alliance, Hauʻoli Maoloa Foundation, ka hakaula mahalo iā PIPES, a me ke kulanui o Hawaiʻi Mahilo. A mahalo iā Kumu Kamalani Johnson, a me na limahana o ka hakaula no ka mālama ana mai iaʻu I kēia kauwela. Mahalo. He mauni nau paha.
Hey, Maunino. Anybody have any questions? I think we could take 2, 1, 2. And I'll come run the mic to you.
Hello, brother. He ake anō nā moʻolelo au e makemake nei kākau?
Puni au I nā moʻolelo kupua paha. Nui ino nā ano kupua ma ko Amelika mau puke kamek no hoʻi a hoihoi wau I kēlā ano no nā Hawaiʻi. Makemake au e haku I nā moʻolelo no nā keiki Hawaiʻi e ulu ai I ka hoi ma loko o lākou e mālama I ka ʻaina. Mahalo no kēlā ninau.
Ma o kēia papahana, ike ia no he inoa penny ko kihei I nā kākau ana oi kekahi mau mea. Haku ana oi kekahi inoa penny no a I nā...
Ia kaha male nui o Hawaiʻi nei, mahalo.
Oh, maikahi.
Yeah, mahalo nui.
Mahalo nui.
Mahalo nui e nei noa no ke la hai o lelo piha me ka ike o ko kako aina. Mahalo. Mamake wau e hoʻo launa I ko kako kanaka.
this delay?
No, they're not here in Hawaiian.
Oh, soft. It's just soft. The translation.
But it's only
It's in English.
They're wanting Olelo online. So if it's easier to do online, no.
Yeah. No.
Kalamai. Kalamai. Kalamai no ka hema hema kako. All right. Me ia mau manao. Mamake wau e ho'olauna I ko kako homana o ka muali'i na nana e ka analike ana me mako I kona huakai I ke ia kovela. Mahalo.
Hiki ke lohe. Me ka pi'ina kala I puka I hai ai ki mole ole hua. Aloha mai kākou. Oh, my hair. Alright. No leila, ke ia ka upapahana o I ola oe I ola mākou nei. No leila make au ho'olauna ia'u. No leila o ka muali'i ka lamakui ki ala mai ka lani estrada. No o ahu mai au mai ka ahu pa'a o Waimalu. O ka ala ku'u mauna o Waimalu ku'u vai. He iwa ka alua kumakahi o umakahiki. A he olapa au no ka hala o nā pua leo liko lehua. Ke manawa. Wahana ia wau ma Waimalu. Ke noho nei au me ku'u ohana. O Darryl lawa o Jamie ku'u mau makua. A o Alyssa lawa o Nanea ku'u mau kaikuahine. No leila, ua puka au mai ke kula o halau kumana. Ma ka ahu pa'a o Makiki. O pu'ohi'a ka mauna o Mauna la Hakawai. Ma ia wahi ua o wau I mau mea Hawai'i o ke la ano ke ia ano like me ka hana no eo. Ka na hula, na oli. A me ke kahi mau hana Hawai'i like ole. No leila I ke manawa he haumana au ma ke kula nui o Hawai'i ma Hilo. Mai ma nei ke ho'omahale nei au I ka olelo Hawai'i me ka ike Hawai'i ma
He is.
No laila
This
mana
is
o
where
nana
he
au E
is,
puka ana wau me kia kula.
strengthening his Hawaiian language
Me pala
and
pala
Hawaiian
laipua
values.
no ka ha'awina Hawai'i. No laila
He's
ma hope
majoring
ia
in
make au
Hawaiian
e komo I ke
studies.
kahi papahana lai'o'o no ke a'o ana. No ka mea make au I kumu ha'awina Hawai'i.
And when he's done, he also wants to continue his education.
No
in the
laila ma ke ia
master's
kau
program,
vela ua hana wau me
at
pilina aina.
Kahakaula.
Me alani evangelista lawa o Leila Dudley.
So he
O
went
ka pahu
with
hopu
Ale'a
nui
and
o ke ia
Leila
papahana.
Dudley in
O ia ka
Kohala
hoi
this
kaika ana
summer.
I ka pilina me ka aina. Aole hoi o
And the
ka
main
aina o
focus
ka
of this
honua
internship
palino.
was to
O ia
strengthen his relationship with
o ia
the
o ka
aina, so
aina
with the land.
Oi hoi ka aina ka mea e hana ia kako oi hoi o that which feeds. O ke kahi pahuopu kokua make lako e kokua me ka ho'omau popo ana I ko kako kuli ana I
So
ko
one of the
kako aina.
leading factors of this
Alaila,
specific program is to ensure that the Kiki or the youth of Hawaii understands the importance of the land and how the land feeds us if we take care of the land.
Me ke kula vaina o Kohala. Ma ia
So this is a
papahana
picture of some of
ua
the
hele
students that he
mako
worked
I
with. These are middle schoolers of Kohala
makahi
Middle
o
School.
Kohala a me Mauna Kea ke kahi. O ke kahi me kia o ke ia papahana o ia o pehea ko piko, pehea ko kako
Okay,
pilina
so
me
one
ka
of the
aina,
leading
me nā
themes
kua,
of this
ko
internship
kako
program
kupuna, ko
is
kako ohana,
Pehea
a me
ko
na
piko.
a me ka
How
hana
is
una
your
hiki mai ana.
piko? And a piko can be identified in many different ways.
No laila,
But
ua
one
paahana wau I ke a
translation
kauvela.
for piko is the one on your
no
body.
ku'u papahana
Yeah,
nui.
piko also means the
Ua
center.
kokua wau I ke kula
So
o
how does
kauvela
being
me na
aligned
hana like
with
ole.
yourself
A
and with
laila
the
o ka
aina, with the land
papahana
that
nui
you are
lua.
on,
O ia ka noi I
help
ana I
you
ke kahi o
navigate
nā
through the
wahi
world?
vai ma kahi o Mauna Kea. No laila, aole lava ka manawa I vehi na huaka I a pauloa.
So there's not enough time for him to focus on all the different things that he did this summer or even visit all the different places he visited. But he's going to go ahead and try and summarize one. So the Kohala Middle School allowed him to work with them. And he carried out numerous different responsibilities. And so one of them included inviting the parents of the students of Kohala Middle School to come together and embark in activities. And so this picture that you see here is dyeing from the dyeing material from the olena, which is a native Hawaiian plant, and that allows for that yellow dye. Olena is turmeric. So one of the things that they dyed were t-shirts. Pu'uhuluhulu Ranch is another destination that they embarked on during the summer internship program. In the Yahupua'a of Humu'ula, and so at this place, they helped Mr. Kaniho plant mamane plants and other native Hawaiian plants that once flourished here in this particular land. And so he really enjoyed this specific internship because he got to get his hands dirty and also build relationships with the people of this land. So these are some of the teachers and students. And this is us playing a card game. Moving on now to another huaka'i, to ho'eamoku. And here you're seeing them, part of the makali'i, which is the name of a canoe. So this field trip in particular was very important to me because during his schooling on Oahu, he learned a few chants and songs and even the names and the labels of the main parts of the va'a of the canoe. And so what he did on this huaka'i on this field trip was he got to really use the knowledge that he learned back in Oahu, here on Hawaii Island. These are some of the pictures. So something that he also does on the side is teaching students. So he taught the students the value of their own genealogy, and because he decided to teach them on genealogy because it's very important to always start with yourself, to know who you are and to know who your family is before you embark on any of your journeys. And so he wanted them to understand their genealogy and the lands that they come from. And so in teaching, he was able to do some curriculum development, practice his skills as far as presenting knowledge to students. And also learning how to adapt and restructure his lesson that was already planned so that it fit the needs of the students. And so after this, it was very stressful, but in hindsight, he learned a lot about teaching
anakala.
And he also learned a lot from his students. One of the students told him, "Oh,
Hikia uke
uncle,
hana mamua o kupuna kua kahi hikia uke hana I
I
ku
can do my
makua
genealogy
no
in
ka mea ua hana
front of
wa o i ko I ka mo
my
mo ku aho
great grandma and my great great grandma because I learned genealogy through you."
la ko a o ma ko hine. No laila make ke kahi o la ko I hana I na au elua.
And he saw that for
Ai
some of the
kahi o
students,
ona homa no
that
make
sparked
la ko I wala
interest
o me
in
ko la
doing
ko o
more
hana
research
like
about their
pehea o
family,
vai ko
on their dad's side, on
kupuna
their
ku
mom's
kahi
side.
ko lua
And really
Alaila ua
knowing who their grandparents are and who
how Oliva
their great grandparents are and who are all these people that make up their lineage.
Haavina no na homana. No laila ke kahi hana li o ke au ana aku I nā lima hana o pili na aina.
Another thing that he
No laila
embarked in
no ke
was
oi hana ua haku wau I ke
teaching
kahi
the staff of Pili na
pepa
Aina,
kokua me
utilizing the
no ka olelo
Nak'i Evalu. So this
Hawai'i.
is a
Ua
Hawaiian
komo wau I nā
textbook
pepeke
that teaches sentence
ina
structures,
pilina o
vocabulary words,
pilina o lalo maamau. Ili me na
and all
pepeke
different
painu
language
na
elements
pepeke
of the
henua
Hawaiian
ma ka
language.
painu
And this
me
book is
ke kahi mau
conducted in
pepeke
English.
Maalahi no I mea ola I ka olelo Hawai'i ma I loko o ko la ko hana.
And so he wanted to do this so that he could also
No laila
make sure that olelo Hawai'i
o ke kahi
is
o
being
ka
taught
ko
and is
upapa hana
accessible
nui
to
lua
anyone who wants
o ia
to
ka noi
learn.
ana I pili ana ke kahi o na wahi vai ma mauna kea.
Going now to the
I
second
ka
portion,
ho maka ana ke noi I ana ua
he did some
paakiki
research
no ka
on
mea
our
aole
famous mountain,
aole
Mauna
loa ka
Kea.
mea u I imi ana. Ua imi wau I ke kahi wahi li ke me puuhulu au he
So when he first embarked on researching,
mea
he searched
ua
for
wala au
Pu'uhuluhulu, which is a
ua
very
halavai
famous
wau me
hill on Mauna
lua
Kea.
mau kanaka o Cheyenne Hiapo Perry
So Cheyenne
Kaluna
Hiapo
ma Mauna
Perry
Kea Watershed Alliance a me
is the
kua
boss
li'i
at
Kamara
Mauna Kea Watershed
kalima hana ma
Alliance.
no
Kuali'i Mauna
Department of Hawaiian Homelands
It
mahala wau I ka pilina
sits on the Department of Hawaiian Language Homelands.
ke la mau kane no ka mea ua
And
kokua
so
nui
he was
lako
able to
I
meet
ko
with these two people,
I loko I keia noi
ask
ana
for guidance,
no ka mea ua noi I ua hana la
and
ua
learn from them.
I pili ua noi a ua hana la ua
And these two
I
specific
ia mau
individuals
wahi
did a lot
no
of research and
I
also has a lot
a
of
oi
connection
makahiki
and knowledge
I loko
about these
ko lako
places
oi
on Mauna
hana.
Kea.
No laila ma hope o ka halavai ana me laua ua hawi lako ia ui ke kahi mau ku mole no ka noi I ana ili ke me bird
after
catchers
meeting
and
with these
bulla hunters
two
a
gentlemen,
me Mauna
they
Kea ka
provided
piku
him with
kaulana o
some
ka aina.
really great
No laila
resources for him to continue his
make
research.
au e kalele ki kahi o na wahi a ka make au e vehe iki I ke kahi mea ke kahi o na mea no laila ke kahi mea hoi o na vau ke kahi ma hele o na aina ma Hawai'i a laila ke kahi
In the uplands,
o ke kahi vau hoi o ia ke kaolo na
one of
ke ala
those
nui
places, well, one of those spaces,
ke ala
so
nui
Vau is known as
ma,
Kaolo.
I loko o mai o Hawai'i. A laila make au e ka lele ma luna o pu'uhuluhulu. Oh e.
Highlight is Pu'uhuluhulu, which I
No
mentioned
laila
is
o
a very
pu'uhuluhulu
famous
kai
hill
noa ke
on the
kahi o
slopes
na
of Mauna Kea.
o na pu'u ma kahi o kokoke I Mauna Kea. O pu'u
So this is
nene,
a
o
picture
pu'u
of
o ma o
Pu'uhuluhulu.
koili, o pu'u o ke kahi I noa o na pu'u e ae. A laila o he kipuka o pu'uhuluhulu. No ka mea ua o ko'a o keia pu'u
Pu'uhuluhulu is known as a
mai
kipuka, or a very
ke
sacred space.
mai ia wahi no ka mea aia o pu'uhuluhulu ma vaina o lua a pele. A laila I ka wakahiko o ho'ana ia keia pu'u no na manu a me na
Back in the olden days,
kumula au
this
koa.
was a refuge
O
or
ke
a
kahi mana o
space
waiwai
for
pili keia
Native
pu'u
Hawaiian birds and Native Hawaiian
he mana o keia wahi
trees.
a Cheyenne Perry. Waiwai no keia aina no ka mea
And so these are one of the thoughts of
wahi ana
Cheyenne Perry, who works with
he
the
aka
Mauna Kea
o
watershed.
pu'uhuluhulu no Mauna Kea. I nā aole hiki a aole hiki a kākou ke huaka'i I ka vekiu o ka Mauna. Hiki a kākou ke ho'omana ia Mauna Kea mai ia wahi ai ole ka ke ahu ku koke
So
I
Pu'uhuluhulu is a very sacred
ka ahu
space
I makahi o Pu'uhuluhulu.
and also protects and helps
no laila
the
vai vai no no ka
environment
mea
of Mauna
ua
Kea.
like
And
ka
so although
aina
it's only looked at
he
as
ina
a
he
hill, it
Mauna
does
Kea
have, you carry a
ka
lot of
mauna
different
nui o
responsibilities
Pu'uhuluhulu ka mauna
throughout the ecosystem.
he mauna li'i o Pu'uhuluhulu. A laila no ke ahu
And so he's
ko
just
koke I
emphasizing that
Pu'uhuluhulu o ia ke
Pu'uhuluhulu,
kahi mauna
when
li'i. No laila vai vai loa ke
next
ia
to or
aina
on the slopes
no
of
ke
Mauna
kahi
Kea can look very small, but it does hold a lot
mea
of
like ole
significance and value.
Ua ho'omoana ka lehu ma ke ao kuka I mauna. Mai ia wā ua a'o nā kanaka I mau mea Hawai'i o ho'ola hou I mau mea Hawai'i. Ai ua kia I lākou no ka lākou aina I ko lākou mauna me ko lākou mea Hawai'i vai vai like ole.
Being in this specific
No
realm.
Make au e mahalo I nā kanaka
And so
a pau I
going
ko
into the
I ke
closing
kovela.
now of this speech, he
au e
wants to extend
mahalo
his
e ia pilina
mahalo,
aina
so his
o
gratitude.
ku'ukumu leila dali lau o la elani evangelista.
So
Mahalo no ke
Leila
kukua I
and
ke kovela.
Alani Evangelista for helping him this summer.
E nā kumu a mena kumu nā limahana a mena haumana ma ke kula
To all the
kovela.
teachers
Ha'o
and
wau ia o
the
kou.
students of the summer school
Mahalo
in
ia
Kohala.
Kuali Kamara lau Hiapo Perry.
Hiapo Perry and Kuali
Mahalo ia
Kamara.
Pipes no ke hu'ea'o.
And also mahalo to Pipes for allowing him this internship experience.
Mahalo wau I ke kovela ua a'o wau I nā mea he nui.
And really giving thanks to this summer
Ua
because he
ka
learned
ko'o
the
ke
summer was
hana
filled
I
with a lot of ike, a lot
ka
of knowledge for
lilo I
him.
kumu. Ua
And really sparked his interest in
pa'akiki ka
becoming
hana
an educator.
I nā ole pa'akiki aole hiki a'u ke ulu. No laila,
So he said that there were some
ua
hard
a'o
and
he
tough
mau
spots, but
mea vai vai loa.
he is thinking all of those because that is what
ho'omohala
allowed
au
him
I
to
ka'u
grow
mau
throughout the summer.
mākau noi'i, ka'u mākau a'o. A laila mahalo wau no keia mau hana. Ua pa'ahana no keia kovela ka ua a'o wau he mau
And in summary,
he mau mea
thanking
vai vai
everyone.
loa.
It was a very busy summer,
laila,
but it was a
mahalo no
very
ka ho'ola he ana
good
nei.
summer. And these are all of the entities he's thanking. Mahalo.
Ho'o mai kai e kaumua li'i. He mauni nau.
Any question?
He mauni.
Mahalo nui e kamuali'i no ko ha'i o lalo mai ka iloa. No leila, hiki paha ia'o ai ke vehe I pili ana I ko wa e a'o ana I ke la pai. Mana o paha e a'o ana oi I ke la pai o ke kula vaina, ai ole.
So he's asking him to talk more about
e vehe
the specific
mai ke
audience
olu
that
olu.
he taught during the summer. Is he still interested in teaching intermediate school kids?
Ka pai maka iki, make wau e huh? Oh. Make au e a'o I nā haumana mai ka pai makahiki ma ke kula
students
ki ai ole ke kula
from the age range
ke kula nui
high school through college.
Ua lea ke a'o I nā haumana ma ke kula vaina a ka aole wau make e a'o I ke la pai makahiki. Ano ko lohea ai laila aole hiki a'u ke kami'ilio me lākou make ano he makua adult paha. He keiki no lākou no laila
So you can see that
Well, lea
they're
ki kula
still
kovela
developing,
ka
and it
aole
was fine, but that's
ko
not
make.
that's not what he wants.
Ho'okahi wale no.
Any other questions?
Mahalo.
Mahalo.
Hey, mahalo nui.
Mahalo nui e kamuali'i no ke ka ana like ana mai me kako I ko huakai ke ia kauwela me pilina aina mā me na kiki o ko hala
experience this summer with us and getting ready for the next
Ano laila,
Olelo Hawai'i
ia
presentation.
mako, hiki ana, I ko kako hai olelo hope, o ki ia mahele olelo Hawai'i. Ana o ka haoli, a me ka haaheo, e ho launa I ko kako homana, hope o ki ia mahele o kamaka, kali kamaka Lorenzo. Mahalo.
Velina mai ka poe kuauli, ka poe huli kalima I lalo. Ka poe I mina awao hoi. Ke aloha ka aina ia ka koa pauloa.
Aloha.
O wau kele kaumaka. Ia ka upahana e ho ike iana o mauna kea kua hivi kuhau I ka mali e. E vehe pu I ana. Ke ano ka malama aina, ka malama ana I ka ulula au maloo. Ma mauna kea, me ka hui o mauna kea Forest Restoration Project o ia hoi o MKFRP.
So introducing now the entities he worked with.
Naka ho'o launa ana, ia uiho. Eligi me kau o mau kele kaumaka Lorenzo. He kupu au no ka aina o
He's a native of Eva
o
Ahu.
O Ahu. Ka aina hoi I kaulani ka I aha mauleo. Ua komo wau I keia papahana o PIPES. No ka mea ua nui ko umahoa I komo e keia papahana I ke ia kala ko ulu ana, kala ko hoi kaika ana, ma keia makau. O ka malama aina ana, ua mamake wai ho o pili.
And it looked fun from the outside, so he wanted to join some of his friends.
Ma ke ano he haumana, ma keia kula nui nei, he haumana wau.
So he's a student here at UH
I ke kekele haawina Hawai'i.
Hawaiian Studies major.
And
so he is also a double major here at UH.
O ia hoi ka ho'opili ana I ka ike ku'una me ke la au epekema.
So one of the main things that drives him in seeking both of his degrees is ensuring that he can really learn about STEM and all the different aspects of science, but also integrate Olelo Hawai'i and also integrate Hawaiian knowledge and Hawaiian perspective in all of those. So his huka'i, his excursion, Aloha Aina,
mo'olelo mai ana ia'u, a ua ho'olohe ia na mo'olelo he nui wale e pili ana I ke ano o kona malama aina ana. No lele he
mo'olelo, so a lot of storytelling of taking care of the land.
Ia'u me ko'u ohana e noho
These are
ana o e
pictures of him and
huaka'i
his
ana I
ohana, his
hana, o e
family,
iai maka'ao a Hawaii o ko'u ohana.
traveling to Hana Maui.
No lele ua mamake
And
wau
he
e
chose to go to
paku'i
Hana
mo
Maui
ki'i me ka
because
manao.
one side of his family comes from Hana.
I ini o ka malama aina ana mai ka wā kamali'i.
So his interest for taking care of the land stemmed from his childhood. These are just some of the photos that he's sharing about his internship last year.
Keia kalvela o komo wai keia kuku ea o PIPES. Oiai hiki ke lilo ka nui o na holo keia lai ka o lelo loihi ana.
It's very easy for him to take up all the hours of today talking, but he's going to try and pick a few that he wants to share. So the first hui or the first entity he's going to introduce to us is Mauna Kea Forest Restoration Project.
Hui malama aina malalo odofa, Department of Forestry and Wildlife. So
the main goal of this entity is to restore the dryland forest, and the palila is a species of Mauna Kea, and also the mamane, which is also a flower plant species that flourishes on Mauna Kea. So introducing now some of the people in this ki'i, in this picture, who really helped him throughout the summer. So he said before embarking on this internship, he really wasn't sure and didn't know at all what they did, and so he learned a lot from them. Another pomeka'i or another takeaway of this is to
really hang out with them. And in doing so, he got to ask questions, he got to converse in all types of different conversations, pick their brains about different topics, and really absorb all of the ike, all of the knowledge that they were willing to share with him. Extending his mahalo to Kiamalu. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't succeed, and he really means that. He supported him a lot through this endeavor and showed up every day, so mahalo. Okay, so this is a map showing the specific area that he researched on Mauna Kea. So this is from the top, from the bird's eye view.
Mea nui, oia kahi hiki ai I ka palila ke noho.
So this specific region is where the palila can live. And here in the purple is where
kahi vale no e noho ana ka
we see
palila.
palila now.
He mea nui
So
ke
look at the
ia
difference of
wahi
that
I
ratio.
kalele ia oia o ka ohe reforestation area. No ke kanu ana I na
And that green part
kumu
is
oiwi
where
a mena
he
mea kanu oiwi.
focused a lot of the planting.
No lai I mea e iki ai
native
ke
Hawaiian
ano o na
species.
kumu oiwi e ulu ana ma
So
ka
this is a picture
mauna
of the
he mau ki
mamane,
ike
very
ia
beautiful yellow flower that grows on Mauna
ike
Kea.
ia kona wahi ke kahi. No laila
And if you're ever on Saddle
ke
Road,
kumu oiwi nui I e noho ana ma
you
ka
can
mauna
look
o ia
towards the
ho'i ke
side and
kumu
sometimes you can see the mamane growing.
Eia kona pua a me ke kumu naio
And
ko
then
I aluwa
the
ka
second one
maina
here
I
is the
ke ia
naio.
kumu oiwi
This
mamua.
is another
O
plant that
laila
grows on
he
Mauna
mea
Kea.
mai ka I ke ia hana pu ana me ka hiki ke nana I ka aina a ike I ke ano ke la me ke ia mea kanu e ulu
So this is
ana.
important really to show images.
O ke kahi
imagery so
me
that you can
o ke kahi
take this
haawina
with
I au
you,
ia ia maua
and then
o
also
ke amal oia hoi ka pilikia o
really try and
drip
identify
he
it
ano
for yourself
he
in the
ano
wild.
mu a ini saka
And then
paha
this is the
I
next one.
emi
This
ai
is the
ka nui o
naio.
ka lau naio a he koa ke ia
And the
no
koa
laila o
tree.
ke ia huina kolu paha oia o ka ohe reforestation area
And so this triangle here that he was making
makahelu
is that
e ha me e
restoration
kolu oia
area
kahi e
that he
noho
worked on.
ai ka palila Ua hoi loa ua puni wau I ka
Another plant
aali'i.
here is the
No
aali'i.
ia kumu wau I paiki ia I na aali'i he nui. O ke kahi mea hoi ia'u, ua ano o ko'a kona wai ma'o a ma'ane'i o ka mauna. Ke kahi
So one thing
manawa
that
o
really
iaku
sparked his
ka
interest is
ula-ula o
that
iaku ka alani.
depending
ma
on where you go
ke
on
kahi
Mauna
wahi
Kea,
o
this
iaku
flower
ka uli-uli o iaku
differentiates
ka
in its color.
waiponi.
And so sometimes it's
o
really
keia
dark red
he
and sometimes it's
kumu
like a
iliahi.
pale pink color.
No laila. O keia ka palila.
I'm just going to show a video of the palila.
O ka palila, he elima haneli e ona haneli a oia ku ai me mai paha kona nui I koe.
So there's about
oia ka
only
mea
500 to 600 more
kona
palila
kiki.
left.
He palila keia, pilikia nui ka palila I na mana kuke, ka popoki a
And
me
the
ka
palila is really in danger because of the
he mea nui
manakuke, which
ka
is a
mamane I ka
mongoose,
palila.
and also from cats.
Ka ano o ke kumu mamane ina ai ia ano e ke kahi
So he's talking
manu
about
oiwi
the
o ka
seed
make
now
I
of the
hono ia
mamane. It's
o ka
very
palila
dangerous
na
to the
e
palila.
o keia ano o ia ka
However, for
kana
the
mea
palila,
oia wale no kana mea ai
this is its only
no laila o
source
ke
of
kahi
food.
hana
So
nui
the
o keia
palila can
papahana
eat
o
the seed of the mamane.
McFerp oia ka pahu umi'i na ke maule e vehe ana I
So
keia
this here is
e
the
hoi
pahu
ke ia
umi'i.
na e keia mo ki'i
And
E
he
kala
was
mai
going
I
to
na
share a little bit
ke
more
kahi
about
o
the
ko
pahu
puni
umi'i
ka popoki
and some pictures, but
he ano mea
he's
nui ka
apologizing
pepehi
if you
ana
are-
ia
if you're a
poi
cat
ia ma ka
lover,
mauna
but,
yes sir
yeah, they got it.
he viki o pokole ke ia e hoi ke ana I ka lea o ka hana pu
And
ana
this is just a
me
short
lako
clip of,
no lele
showing
ua
how
kau
fun it was
moku
to work with this entity.
huila ha o ka ATV yes sir Shoo! Ua kalaiwa wau me ka palekana
And he drives with safety. Of
okay
course.
no leila e vehe ana o kea malu I I ke ano o keia mau laina me na kiko no lele waiho ana wai ke la. Pela pu no keia palapala aina. No lele o keia ka palapala aina. O keia ke kahi palapala aina ili ki me kau I hana ai a ike ia na kiko he nui o ia na pahu umi. I kukulu ia ma o ma ana I makamauna. O ke kahi hana nui o ia ka imi ana I na punana palia. O ko oi o a ole keia he punana palila. Wahi an kauluna. Oi ai o koa kanui o keia punana manu me na punana palila. Ua hoi nui wau I na hana nui e ae. Makahi o ka hoʻoi ana I na pahu umi'i. Hoi nui wau I ka oki mau ana. No laila wau I hoʻokomo ai I keia ki'i. O ko'a oi ai oia ka mea hiki ke pā me na 5 no laila oia ka maalahi. Ua mahalo nui wau ia McFurb I ka hiki ke hana pu me na hui malama e ae. Oi ai maua o kea malu e hana ana me McFurb ua hiki ia maua ke hana pu me ka hui o forestry. A me NARS ke kahi mau hui malama aina e ai. O ka hoʻomoana ana ke kahi mea nui. He lea wale no keia I ka hiki ke launa pu me na kanaka. Ai ka mea ai ono loa. Hia moe ma keia hale uku. Ka whiia he A-frame. Ai ka nui o na nana.
And there's a lot of spiders. Spiders.
Aole wapuni I ka nana.
And he's not interested in spiders.
Yeah. Pana wau pela oi ai ua nui ino. A me keia mea hope loa o ka mako huaka'i I ka loko o Waiau.
Okay, so this is an excursion to the lake Waiau. Waiau is located at the tip top of Mauna Kea. And so he's really explaining an intimate experience that when he came here to Waiau, he was really touched and he could see his kupuna here and feel his kupuna here, yeah, so his elders. And so his kupuna were the first ones to traverse in this pathway of taking care of the land, and so he's very grateful to continue to traverse on this path of taking care of his land. And so here is the very center.
Lava I keia makahiki ai. No laila no ka hopena o keia huaka'i malama aina ana ma Mauna Kea. He mahalo keia I ka hiki ke ho'ike I keia mau haʻawina a ike ia'u ia ia'u maka olelo. He nele ke la I keia mau la ka hiki ke komo I ke au epekema me ke kuana ike me ka no'ono'o wana I ka waiwai a ko'i o ka ike kupuna he mea kupe ana halo. He mahalo keia no na mea I uku I keia hana hui au ana o hui hauoli maola ke kula nui o Hawai'i ma hilo me pipes me ke puka o ia ka uhana. Ho'omau na wau I keia ale e like me ko uma kupuna
just as his kupuna did,
so
that the aina lives on forever. Mahalo nui.
Mahalo nui. Ho'omaikai. Ho'omaikai. He mauni nau.
And any questions?
Aloha nui ka awe kalei.
Aloha.
Aloha. Mane I wau.
Aloha.
O ka mua mahalo nui ia oi ka malama ana ia kia malu ma ke kauvela.
Ua malama o ia
ia like ole o ka olua hana. I ke kauvela ke hoi ma ka mauna. A he wahi ni nau kau ia oi, na hiki paha ke hoi I ke la wahi palapala aina kahi e ola na ka palila I ke ia maula.
Where the palila grows.
A laila mai ia palapala aina ho o kahi ho ike oi I ke la wahi o ka ohe, kahi e ho'ulu ho wane ka mamani.
This place ka ohe.
Ho kana plani ke. Kali. keia.
Oia.
Ai.
Ke eia
So
ka
the
uwahine
question
no ia
is-
oi. Ale no makanana ana i kia palapala aina, ale no kaulapa ke la wahi o ka ohe me kahi e ola na ka palila i kia
So
manawa.
ka ohe
A
and
o
the
iai
place
o
where
ka
the palila
mamane
grows is in,
he mea kanu
overlapping.
koi no ke ola o ka
Because the
palila.
mamane is
He a
a
ke
very
kumu
important
ina i ke
plant
paha oi.
for the palila to
E
grow.
ho'ulu ole ana ho'ola ho
So why
ho ole ana
isn't the
i
mamane
ka mamane ma kahi
being
e ola
grown
ana?
where the palila is flourishing right now?
O ko'o kuhi, o ke kumu i ano e mi ai ka nui o ka palila ma ke la wahi o ka ohe.
So
Ma
the
muli o
reason
ka
why
nui
there's
o
not
ka
a lot
mana
of palila
kuke
in Ka'ohe, it's
me
because
ka
of
nui
the,
o ka,
like you said, the
o ka
mongoose and
popoki
the
a me ka
cats
iole. O ia
and also
ia
rats.
mako e ho'oia ana i nā pahu umi i ma ka ohe
So as
wa
they were
ike
checking
ia
the
nā mana kuke he
cages,
nui wale. O ia paha ke
there were
kumu,
definitely a
aole
lot of
ike ia ka palila,
mongoose
aole
present,
ike
and
nui
that's
ia ka
probably
palila
why the
mai a
palila
wahi.
isn't flourishing in
O
that space.
ka'u o lelo. O ka'u o lelo na e, o iai make ia ka mau'u lo'ihi e ka mana kuke. I ke la wahi o ka
So one of
ohe
his theories
ua
is that the
lo'ihi no ka
mongoose
mau'u.
likes
No le ina
really
hiki
tall
ke ano
grass.
emi ai, I hiki ke
And
emi
in this
i
space
ka nui o
here,
ka mau'u.
the grass grows really tall.
Laila o ia ku
And
paha
that's
ka nui o nā
probably
pahu
why
umi'i.
the
I pale
mongoose
kana
is
ke
very
la
prevalent
wahi i
in that
hiki
area.
i ka palila ke noho. Ho'i
And so really
i ia
finding
wahi.
the balance of taking care of the land so that the palila can also grow in these spaces. Okay, one more question here.
Yeah, aloha mai kana.
Aloha.
I kou mana o
So in your opinion,
ua pili ka ho'emi ana o ka nui o ka nohona palila ma o aku o ka hea ke la ka ho'okumu ana o PTA, laua o ka DHHL ranching. Ua ano pilina he pili. Ai ole o ka mana kuke a me ke la
so
mau
he's saying,
ano.
do you think the palila has
Yeah,
decreased because of all of
nah.
these entities,
na
these newer
invasives.
entities,
Wale no
or
ka
is it
na
just because of the
kumu
invasive
he ho'emi ia
species
ka
such
nui o
as the
keia mau,
mongoose?
manu a
So
me
does he
ka
think that some
Eh.
of these groups have
Ai,
anything to
no
do
leila
with the decrease of the
mua
palila?
ua, o nā wahi e hiki ai ka pelila ke noho, mai
So he's going to show
keia-
now
keia
before where the palila
wahi
could
poni,
live, yeah.
ai ke ala nui o Saro. No leila i
So
ka
it's from this
ho'okumu i
specific
ana
spot
o
here on the map all the way to the
PTA a me
the
nā hale ma kahi
perimeters of
kokoke
Saddle
ona.
Road.
Oia paha ke kumu
But he thinks
i
another
ho'onui ai ka
reason
nui
why
o nā
there's a
popoki a
decrease
me nā mana
in
kuke. Oi ai ua ho'okumu ia ke ia
in the
wahi
palila is because there's
he maalahi wale no ka hiki ke
we know now,
hanai
yeah,
i nā
there's
popoki
observatories and
ike
there's
kātou
different
kekahi
buildings
po'e
that were
mamake
being
e
built, and so
hanai ka popoki.
eventually
No
these
laila
spaces
wau
that were
e no'o nei
occupied by
mamuli paha o
people,
ka ho'okumu
yeah, they
i
started
ana o
maybe
ka
feeding the cats, and then the cats would come
PTA,
closer and closer,
kela
and
ano
this
hale
also
ma-
caused
ma ka
for the
mauna
decrease of
i emi
the
ai
palila
ka
bird.
nui o ka palila.
Mahalo nui.
True.
Mahalo.
Mahalo.
I'm gonna make a quick announcement. For the headsets, that's the ending of our Olelo Hawaii portion for today. Can you please take your headset and pass it to the right, and we'll be collecting all the headsets over there. This will probably be the most efficient way so that we can make sure, I mean, we're a little bit behind schedule, so. Mahalo nui.
Mahalo. As we pass those back around, can we just give another hand for our Olelo Hawaii cohort? Yeah. And mahalo nui loa to our translators and kahaku'ula for being here, making it possible. Mahalo. I hope it's something that we can continue to do for Pipes into the future. Something we mentioned yesterday during our presentations is that we are keeping our interns kind of presenting in an order of geographically where they've been. So yesterday we've went through Puna and Hilo, and this morning you were taken to the slopes of Mauna Kea. So we are going to stay on Mauna Kea with our next presenter, Eli Porter.
Kasalelia Mainko, Echungolat, Eli Porter. Aloha. I'm Eli Porter, and I'd like to thank you all for coming today. And my project is based on Mauna Kea, and the title of my project is No Ka Malama Anaika Mauna, and we're embracing cultural values and connections through the stewardship of Mauna Kea. Kasalelia Mainko. This is how we say hello in my language, Pompe. And as you can see, this is two pictures of what keeps me going. This is me playing baseball, my favorite sport, and then my beautiful Panene, Ohana. If you don't have a good view of it, there they are right there in the middle. Love you guys. I'm currently a junior at the University of Hawaii at Hilo, majoring in psychology. And this summer, I got into the PIPES program. And when I got into it, I really did not know what I was going to do with it. It's my first experience in the conservation field. But with all my experiences within the past 2 months, I feel like I have found my purpose. Sorry. A little bit about me. I was born here in beautiful Hilo, Hawaii in 2003. My bloodline runs deep into Pohnpei, the capital federate states of Micronesia. And then we go to my Polynesian side, where I'm from Pongo Pongo, American Samoa. And then I'm also from Chuuk, another state in the federate states of Micronesia. For my internship with PIPES, I got assigned to Center for Mauna Kea Stewardship. I am partnered with the Natural Resources Program. And our mission at CMS is to work to achieve harmony, balance, trust, and the sustainable management and the stewardship of the Mauna Kea Science Reserve by extending Native Hawaiian and community involvement and programs that protect, preserve, and enhance the cultural, natural, educational, and scientific resources of Mauna Kea in a way that integrates traditional indigenous knowledge and modern science. Our base yard is located at Kukahau'ula, right above Imiloa. This is where we meet every morning before we head up to the Mauna. Head up to 9,300 feet at Halupehaku. Here's another view of it from the greenhouse. Here's a map showing the Halupehaku area. And this is a map outlining the UH reserve lands which we're allowed to work on. Here's a look at our greenhouse, where we go to almost every day to take care of our plants, our native plants. Here's our bonner trail we built alongside of it. And here are the different plants we have inside of our greenhouse. Here is the silver sword hybrid, the hina hina, which is a mix between the Dubauria and the silver sword. Dubauria maliata, Siliowatsa, sorry. Here's the Ma'ohiohi, the beautiful Pavale, my personal favorite. The Ka'okoalau, the Aveo, and the Puakala. Here's a map showing basically where I work on Mauna Kea. And if you don't have a better view, here's the view of my office almost every day. Let's go into the history, because there will be no science without the history of anything you do. Here, Mauna Kea, which translates to the White Mountain. Mauna Kea is also known in native traditions and prayers as Mauna Awa Kea. the mountain of Wakea. Mauna Kea holds spiritual significance to Native Hawaiians. There's rock pilings which appear natural, which may be man-made markers or cultural altars that are protected by the law. And Mauna Kea is home to unique species and habitats and contains the world's most sophisticated collection of astronomical facilities, some of the best in the world. We go into what I do, into the Natural Resources Program. Here's my team. I got Taylor Warner, Justin Ye, they're there in the back right there, and Anuhea Robbins. We're just missing Patty, my other mentor. Fun fact, everyone in my team is all PIPES alumni, and me too, soon to be, hopefully. Just gotta get through this. Here's some of my kuleana on the Mauna. Malama da Mauna. Here I am weeding. Here's another picture of me planting the silver sword in the R1 enclosure. And then here's another photo of me and my mentor Justin transplanting pavale and puakalas. You can see here, this is me and my mentor differentiating between the native and invasive, so I know which ones to pull and which ones not to pull. Here is the anana, and over here is the lance clover. Here's more pictures of me at work, dying, but it's okay. And then here we're doing our quarterly plant surveys, just checking up on the native plants that we planted. One of the main attractions on Mauna Kea is the silver sword, the hina hina. And this is me and the DLNR team as we went to the R1 enclosure to see this beautiful plant. You can see here. You can see the silver shoots and then the flowers shooting out of it. Not only do we malama the Mauna by taking care of the plants, the flora, but we also have our annual alien invertebrate early detection and vacuum bug monitoring. This program is an arthropod survey program which is designed to detect arthropod threats and monitor the presence, absence of vacuum bugs and other established arthropod populations at the UH Hilo managed lands. Here's a more in-depth look of how we go through our plan. We game plan at Kakahaula, prepare all our traps, set a plan for which pu'us we're gonna hike. Then we drive to the pu'u. Then we start to hike to those set locations on the GPS. Go down. Once we get to the locations, we set the traps. Right here, as you can see, the yellow pan. The yellow pan trap is used to capture more flying insects, and inside that liquid inside of it is propylene glycol, which acts as a fixative, which prevents freezing, reduces evaporation, and once it makes contact with the bugs die. And we put the rock in the middle to keep it down so it doesn't fly away. Here are more traps. This is the PB&J trap. This is used more for the ants, and it allows attraction, variation. The wire is used to keep the stick in place. So 3 to 4 days later, we go back up to the pu'us to collect the samples, and we collect it in the vials. After that, we take it to the lab, and then we identify and classify and organize the different samples, the bugs. Lastly, we input the data into the spreadsheet to identify them from the order, and we try to identify them down to the family. You can see here. It's a blessing to be working there because I get to see different parts of the summit, which I don't think is a normal job for anybody. You can see I got to go up to all the telescopes. Over here is the Subaru. And I went up there to do the invasive species monitoring plan. Here's different spots around the summit. Here is my favorite photo. This is the last hike I took to Pu'uhaukea, and I was dead, and my coworker took a picture of me, and Justin said that he's gonna take that off of my pay for laying down. Honestly, I love everything I do on the Mauna, but honestly, my favorite part was being able to work with outreach programs and working with the Aina and the community. Here is the science camp for, oh my gosh, my bad about that. Right here, we got to work with the Science Camp for America. We also work with LLC, shout out to them, Lanakina Learning Center. And what we basically do is we go around the areas that need weeding. We weed them for about an hour or two. Then after that, we take them up to the greenhouse, show them about the different native plants that we propagate, cultivate up there. And then we take them up to lunch, which is probably their favorite part. So this summer, I'm glad that I got into the Pacific Internship Programs in Exploring Sciences, aka PIPES. It's been a wonderful journey. This is us at I Know You. Yes, sir. And here's the different photos of everything that, all the different experiences I got to experience throughout the summers. Making connections, friendships, building relationships. This has taught me, because I've never been in the conservation field, but working in this program really showed me that working outside is not a chore, it's a blessing. And I take this quote, if you take care of the Aina will take care of you. This is what I learned from this program, and I'm so thankful for it. Last but not least, Kalangan, Mahalo, Fa'afatai, Kineso. This is all the thank yous. I'm bringing my culture to you guys. So this is how I say thank you in all my cultures. I would like to thank CMS, Haoli Mauloa Foundation, PIPES, and UA Chilo. Thank you so much.
Awesome job, Eli. Check, check, check. Awesome job, Eli. Do we have any questions? Oh.
Thank you so much for a great presentation. It was really moving. I felt your heart in that presentation, so thank you. I really love the way you said you found your purpose, and I wonder, how are you thinking you're going to use that to move forward in your career in the next several years?
Great question. So working in the conservation field, it's really important working in the lands, especially back home, Pohnpei. They have different problems like the coral reef problem, also the high water rising. And I hope to take skills I learned in here and apply it to anything back home and give back to my community back home. Thank you for the question.
We have another question over here.
How's it, my brother Mauna?
Oh,
hey. How's it? I still feel
Hey.
Hey.
Where work?
For the Mauna. No Mauna. My question is, what types of programs do you see that you can bring back home and instill at Pohnpei or Samoa that you can help teach kids maybe about your type of maunas or places?
Well, back home, from what I hear, I don't have too much experience, but there's not much outreach and programs from here, not even Hawaii, but America to back home. And I hope to get more exposure of what we learn out here and bring it back home so they're more aware of all the problems that even they don't know the problems that they're going through. So I feel like if we can make them aware, since they already have the passion and love for their land, it'll just drive them even more. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Any other questions? Oh, we get one more.
Oh. Whew. This is the big question.
Thank you very much. That was a good presentation. At least now I know why you didn't show up to cut the grass at the house. As a alumni of the university, and I also went through science projects like this, I think that was a very good presentation. Very appreciative of what you're doing in your studies. Proud of you as your family. I also just want to point out that, research like this really helps to grow the professionals that go back home. We're a small island. We understand the challenges of conservation and taking care of our aina, just like you folks. So for us to have the privilege of coming out here and studying is big, and to have my son doing part of this program, I'm very grateful for that. And I can see how you are growing the future generation to take care of the island. So rather than ask questions, I just wanted to say that as a parent, this research program really grows our youth and brings forward the topics that I think a lot of us wouldn't touch if we weren't from the Aina. So this is us, not just as Native Hawaiians, but native of all Pacific Islands. And I think you guys are doing a great job. So I implore you to continue on. I thank the university. I thank PIPES program. And proud of you, son. Good job today. The grass is still long. Come cut grass at home.
Mahalo nui, Eli.
That's my favorite moment from PIPES. Yes, sir.
Yeah. We have one question online, and then I think we got to cut it off.
Wonderful job, Eli. We actually have Dorian Salavea online. So Dorian was an intern eons and eons and eons ago with MASSEP, which is part of PIPES. So this is kind of fun. But what advices do you have for us Samoan students wanting to learn more for the Aina guacamole mole? And it probably was his dad. I don't know if it was his dad that was there.
My experiences with the Samoans is, my part of the Samoan side is they're very prideful in their culture. They haven't lost touch with their culture, so with that, use that to go out and connect more with people outside of your own culture. And keep in touch with your culture, but go out and try new things. That's what I feel the answer is.
Mahalo nui. Can we give another round of applause for Eli Porter?
Mahalo nui, Eli, for sharing your wonderful journey this summer up on the Mauna. Next, it is my pleasure, my honor, nauka ho'oli, e ho'olauna I ko kakopoe homana, Kiamalu, and he's going to be sharing his journey up on the Mauna as well. Mahalo nui.
Aloha mai kākou. So my project is titled Haiamu Kamanu I Kapua Kamamane, the birds gather about the mamane blossom. So aloha nui, my name is Keamalu. I'm from the ili of Kapu'euhi and the Ahupua of Ola'a, Moku of Puna. For the past 2 years, I attended Ottawa University, where I'm majoring in business administration, and also as a part of the men's volleyball team. Being away from home for 2 years has really given me a deeper appreciation for everything that Hawaii has to offer. So for this reason, I joined PIPES as a way to strengthen my pilina with the Aina. So this summer, I had the opportunity to work with the Mauna Kea Forest Restoration Project, or MKFRP for short, which is an initiative aimed at restoring the natural dry forest on the slopes of Mauna Kea, specifically in the Pu'umali area on the northern slope, and the Kohe restoration area on the southwestern slope. MKFRP is a state organization under the Department of Forestry and Wildlife, or DOFA, led by Kala Lindsay Singh and other mentors, Joe Kern, right here. Kala Lindsay Singh over here, and his son Kahale, and then mentors Jeremy, Tyson, Joe, and then Kale Komaka, another PIPES intern. So here's a map of the area that we work at. So right here is the Pu'umali restoration area on the northern slope. And then we have the Ko'ohe restoration area in the western slope. And over here you can see the where the Palila currently is. And over here is actually where the rest of the palila in the world are. So that's pretty cool. So some history of Mauna Kea Forest. In the 1850s, formal leases were given to ranchers of government and crown lands. So as a result, the extensive Mamane forest that thrived around 7,000 to 8,000 feet suffered substantial losses. And what remains today is just a small circle, or small forest encircling the Mauna. And only on the southwestern slope of Mauna Kea does the palila still live. So over here you can see the clear difference of the ranch side and the forest side on this fence. And over here is the current range of where the palila reside. So this is the last palila in the world live over here, but over here is where it used to be. Yeah, so some of the native species found on Mauna Kea include the palila, which is our main focus. They are the last of the 16 finch-billed honey creepers on Earth, in Hawaii. The rest of the 15 finch-billed honey creepers went extinct, so that kind of makes it more important to keep it alive. It is endemic to Hawaii, and like I said, is only now found on Mauna Kea in that small area. And it's the only bird who eats the mamane seed, because it's actually toxic to every other bird. Eats it with his strong beak and actually evolved to be able to eat it. And like I said, it's very critically endangered. There's less than 1,000 birds, but more so, like Kale Kamaka said, about 500 to 600 is what we believe. And other common birds found on Mauna Kea include the amakihi, apapane, elepaio, iiwi, puel, and eel. So next, some native plants found on Mauna Kea. The main one is the mamane, which the palila feeds on. It is endemic to Hawaii and is the most dominant tree up on Mauna Kea. It ranges from 5,800 feet to above 10,000 feet, and like I said, produces that green seed pod that the mamane feed on. It makes up about 90% of their diet, and kind of looks like edamame seed is green, and then when it matures, it turns to a hard orange color. So a few other plants on Mauna Kea that are common is nayo over here, a'ali'i. It can be it's a shrub with these red flowers. And avelvel. Avelvel is actually kind of cool because it has, as some of you may know, it has a fish called avelvel. And if you actually smell the plant, it does smell like fish. So it's a cool kilo. So some of the threats on Mauna Kea include ungulates such as sheep, goats, cattle, and pig. And what these ungulates do is that they graze on the seedlings of native plants and the leaves, the limbs of plants, as well as the bark, which end up killing the tree. So right here you can see an example of them grazing the bark of the tree, which does kill them. They also trample the bottom of trees. Mostly cattle, they go under for shade, which end up trampling the roots and killing the trees as well. So some of the predators to the palila include cats, mongoose, and rats. So what they do is that they prey on the palila or the hatchlings and eggs. Over here is you can see cat scat found near Saddle Road, which shows signs of palila predation with these yellow and red feathers over here. Also wanted to point out that they do have native predators, which are eo and puel, who also prey on palila. Okay, so here's a short video of palila eating a mamane, or eating a cat eating a palila, sorry. So the palila is found right over here, and the cat comes up and eats it. Yeah. All right, next we have wildfires, which is another threat to the native dry forest. Because it's very dry on this side of the island, especially during the summer, and it has a lot of abundant dry fuel, which poses a large fire risk. The fires can be started through lightning strikes, arson, vehicles, and cigarettes. And if you're ever on Mauna Kea, there's actually signs that advise you not to park on the tall, dry grass because a catalytic converter of cars can actually start a fire. And for example, in 2010, 1,378 acres of the Palila critical habitat was lost due to an arsonist. So some of the common invasive plants found on Mauna Kea include fireweed and fountain grass, which can be seen right over here, gorse and Cape ivy. So fountain grass is, like I said, very flammable, easy to catch fire. So that's one of the plants that we have to make sure doesn't come into the area. Gorse is also very common and is very widespread. It does have these yellow flowers, so some people do mistake it for maumane, but it's actually gorse and very invasive. So some of the ways that we manage these threats include predator trapping. So right here are the body grip traps that sit inside of this wooden trap over here. It has one entrance, and in the back of the trap sits this bait tube. And what we use for bait is fish oil and cat food, so it creates a strong fishy stench for the cats and mongoose to be attracted to. Yeah, so it's a one-time kill, very lethal, so there's no suffering involved. This is a dog trap. It kind of works in the same way where it's slammed shut. Right here you can see the rat that we caught over here. But works in the same way where there's one entrance and the bait tube sits in the back. And once the predator steps on this plate over here, it slams shut and kills him. And sometimes when we do catch a predator, such as this one, and it's still fresh, it's not decomposing, we actually do throw them back into the trap to use as bait, being that the cats and mongoose are scavengers. They'll actually scavenge that. So right here you can see a mongoose that is already scavenged. It's only the spine and head. We also set up pig traps. These pig traps are set up in with posts in a circular formation. On these posts, we strap down these nets that allow for a one-way access for the pigs. So they come in over here, and they don't have anywhere to get out. It's also a great and efficient way to catch multiple pigs all at one time. I think the most they caught was about like 15. Being that they're very social, they'll see a pig eating in the trap and want to join in too. This is a cattle trap that we helped Uncle Toby Pacheco set up under the Division of Forestry. It works in the same way where there's one entrance and they go in and aren't able to come out. So this is a map of all the traps that go around Mauna Kea. As you can see, they're more concentrated in the areas where palila are. And they go from Mocha and downhill over here. So these white dots represent all the traps, and these are all the captures. We do get more captures around like lower elevations, around areas where human activity are, being that they scavenge like dumpsters and people might feed them. So we do capture a lot lower in elevation. However, they do tend to go up in elevation into the palila critical habitat and prey on palila. So it's also important to trap along all these areas to ensure that they're not traveling up the mountain and getting into those areas. Here's a statistic of all the predators that we caught so far as of the end of July. So 150 captures, 92 mongoose, 32 cats. Yeah, so as you can see, there's a lot of mongoose, especially in the Ka'ohe area over here. So another way we manage these threats is through fence work and monitoring. We make sure there's no weak points in the fence, any areas where any ungulates can get in and damage the forest inside. We also conduct nest searching. So this is done through walking in the palila critical habitat and listening for their sound. And once we hear their sound, then we try to follow their sound and look for the palila. This isn't actually a palila nest. We found that out later. Due to its size, it's a little small compared to an actual palila nest. And yeah, we do these nest searching to understand what is going on while they're nesting. because there's still a slow decline in the palila population, and we're like doing all this work to capture these predators, we need to understand like why the population is still going down. Maybe it's something going on while they're nesting or some other factors. It's a green seed pod that the mamane actually open and eat. So another thing we do is removing invasive plants. It's a picture of me weed whacking. So around areas that cars are parked, like I said, if you park a car on these long dry grass, they can catch on fire. So it's important to keep the grass down so that they don't catch on fire. We also do poisoning, especially of the fountain grass, to ensure that they don't spread into areas that we don't want them to. Yeah, and lastly, we do forest restoration. We didn't do any this summer because outplanting occurs only during the fall and the spring. However, there's many opportunities to volunteer. There's one actually coming up this September in 2023 if any of you guys are interested. But yeah, if you guys do sign up, you'll be planting plants such as mamane, koa, a'ali'i, iliahi, akoko, aveoveo, na'enae, and pilo. So some of the other experiences that I've had during this internship is restoring the R12 road, which connected Skyline up on top down to the Makai roads, which made it more efficient for us to travel and also allowed us to maybe add traps in that area as well. So this is a before and after of a trail that we cut. We use shovels, pickaxes, OOs to get rid of any obstacles or branches on the road to make it smoother. And along the way, we actually found a UXO, likely from the military use of Mauna Kea back in the day, so that was pretty cool. We also got the opportunity to get our ATV certifications. So here's a picture of me and Kale up in Kulani where we did a course, a bunch of different maneuvers, but after we passed the class, we were actually able to take the ATVs out onto the field. So here's a picture of the ATV overlooking Kohala Mountain and Halakala. And this is the map of the trails we took to check the traps that day. So that was super good fun. A great experience that we just did last week was a hike up to Lake Waiau, which is a very sacred body of water on the summit of Mauna Kea. And it was just an amazing experience to be in that environment. Very surreal. It was actually my first time, so it made it even more special to be up there. And from Waiau, we actually did a hike down to the Mauna Kea State Recreation Area, which took us a very long time. Along the way, we came across these remnants of smashed rock. They're very dense, so they're used to make ko'i, or the stone adze. So you can see these shards over here that was used to make these tools. We were able to fill up our water in this freshwater spring, and it actually did taste a lot better than the water that I brought myself. Yeah, and here's a picture of a Pu'ukohala gulch that we hiked alongside. So it took us a very long time. We were scaling the ridges and that area, but it was a very, very cool experience. And lastly, we camped at the Pu'umali cabins on the northern slope of Mauna Kea that overlooks Pa'awilo and Honokala area, where we slept in these A-frame tents. And like Kale said, there's a lot of spiders and stuff in these A-frames. We did a bunch of maintenance around the area and also checked traps along the R1 road on that side. So that was a very cool experience to view the island from a different perspective. There's also these plum trees that we came across. Paniolo back in the day, they would plant these plum trees around areas that they hang out, as just a snack. So they're around like water tanks and a bunch of cabins. So that was a big part of our experience, was eating a lot of plums. Here's a picture of me overlooking the north coast. And yeah, mahalo nui. I just wanted to mahalo the MKFRP again for all the experiences that they've given me this summer, and all the things I've seen that I wouldn't have seen without their mentorship and without this internship. I also wanted to mahalo the Ha'oli Maloa Foundation and the University of Hawaii at Hilo for all their support, and for the PIPES Ohana for giving me this very cool opportunity this summer. Mahalo nui.
Awesome job, awesome job. Do we have any questions in the house?
Aloha, my ka'iloa. I just had a question about how your experience changed your career goals or where you want to go from here. I know you transitioned from your business major and volleyball. I just was curious to see how this has impacted you and where you're going to go from here.
Okay, that's a great question. So originally, I went to the mainland to go play volleyball and just did a major in business. However, after completing this internship, I actually realized I have a strong interest in this field, and am actually transferring home and considering to maybe change my major and to incorporate this in a future career path. I do plan on going into the aviation career path. However, after this, I am very interested in doing conservation work through aviation, maybe like flying helicopters and doing backcountry flying, hopefully. So.
You're working with like a lot of stuff. You're working with different like native plants as well as some animals and stuff. And I was just wondering what your favorite thing to work with was this summer.
Can you repeat that question? I'm not sure it was working on the mic.
Yes, his question was, or you want him to repeat it? Okay. His question was, what was my favorite part of the internship, or what I like to work with?
Yeah, what you like to work with the best?
Yeah, it was good fun working with Kale, but probably the best part of this internship was being able to camp at all these areas and to see Mauna Kea from a different perspective. Like, I didn't know all these areas existed on Mauna Kea, all these cabins existed, and also to be able to see the island from a new perspective. Like, I never got to see like the entire North Coast in one view before, so that was amazing. That and probably predator trapping. That was good fun, killing cats. Yeah.
No.
Any other questions? One more, maybe we could take one more. I just really want his mom to ask him a question, but I don't know if it's gonna happen. One more. Going once.
Could you share with us another example of how the Mauna provides? A surprise.
So on our hike down from Lake Waiau, actually, like right in the morning, or the day before, I was actually looking for a push brush for some reason. I needed a push brush, but the next morning, I actually found one on Mauna Kea, like early in the morning, like in the middle of nowhere. I found a push brush, and I carried it down from Mauna Kea for 10 hours all the way down. So Mauna provided me a push brush.
Mahalo nui. Can we get another round of applause for Kea Malu?
Mahalo nui Kea Malu. We have just a couple more presentations before we take a break, so mahalo for bearing with us. Next up, also contributing her efforts to Aina Aloha and the Mauna is Anuhea Strickland.
Aloha, everybody. My name is Anuhea Strickland. And this summer, I got to research methods to improve seedling survival in drier climates. I'm excited to share my project with you all, but before we get into that, I just wanted to give you a brief introduction into who I am and how I found PIPES. So I was born and raised in the Ahupua'a of Nanukuli on the island of Oahu. And in 2020, I graduated from Nanukuli High and Intermediate School. But like most island students, I wanted to experience life outside of Hawaii. And so I moved 3,000 miles away to Spokane, Washington, where I am currently enrolled at Whitworth University. This upcoming fall semester, I will be going into my senior year at Whitworth, where I will be earning my degree in environmental science, criminology, as well as sociology. While these past few years away from home have been nothing more than a learning experience for me, I've always felt my kuleana has been to return home and give back to my community. And so in search of an opportunity to get involved back home, I found PIPES. Through PIPES, I spent the summer working for the Lohe Lab, which is a bioacoustics lab here at UH Hilo that focuses on the study of Hawaii's native wildlife, though they primarily look at the proliferation as well as distribution of Hawaii's native avian population. As some of us may know by now, Hawaii's native birds play important roles in Hawaii, both ecologically as well as culturally. Ecologically, many of our native birds are keystone species, meaning that they're unique in their ability to maintain the health and balance of our diverse ecosystems. Culturally, our native birds have been valued for their feathers. Native bird feathers have been collected historically to create traditional Hawaiian apparel, such as the ahu'ula, mahiole, as well as various feather lei. In addition to that, certain birds such as the io, as well as the pueo, are considered to be aumakua, or familial guardians. Unfortunately, many of our birds have suffered severe consequences due to major threats such as habitat loss, feral ungulate activity, and most prominently, the transmission of avian malaria through mosquitoes. It's reported that avian malaria will increase the death rate of native Hawaiian birds by 90%, making this an issue of serious concern in Hawaii. A potential solution to this issue is to lure our native birds into higher elevated areas where it's currently still cool enough to deter the spread of mosquitoes, though in this idea lies an issue within itself. Elevated communities typically tend to be drier in climate, which in turn limit the number of habitable regions for our birds to occupy. This summer, I hope to address this issue through my project. So, as I said earlier, my project is looking at methods to improve seedling survival through the use of shade hoop fencing. Previous research surrounding the use of shade cloths show that the use of shade cloths not only improve plant quality and growth, but they also increase water yield. And so, based on those results, we hypothesized that the use of shade hoop fencing will be successful in increasing ohi'alehua survival. So my project took place at Kanokaleo Nui Bird Corridor, which is located at 6,797 feet on Mauna Kea. It's also nearly 3,000 feet above the mosquito line, so there's currently no reported presence of mosquitoes in the area. Our study site has a predominantly dry environment and a subalpine climate, So there is minimal rainfall in the area, though the primary form of precipitation occurs in the form of fog. The fog that occurs in the area rolls through consistently nearly every day around the early afternoon and stays into the evening. And so the concept with my project is that through the use of shade hoops, the fog will pass through the shade cloths, which will then capture that moisture and feed that down into the soil and water our seedlings. So during the first week of our project, after we had our site location identified, we spent the first week planting ohi'alehua seedlings. The primary reason that we used ohi'alehua seedlings as our sample is because ohia is a primary food source for our native birds. And so once we had our ohia seedlings, we also prepped our shade hoop cloths. So these are what they look like. We planted a total of 96 ohi'alehua seedlings. 75 of them received a shade hoop, while 21 of them did not receive a shade hoop, so they were out in the open. The shade hoops were made using a shade cloth that has a 75% sunblock efficacy. And so once we had those made, we randomly dispersed them throughout our study site and paired them with an ohi'olehua seedling in order to eliminate any potential biases. And then we spent the rest of the summer collecting data. So we collected 3 sets of data: the survival rate between the 2 study groups, the difference in climate temperature between the 2 study groups, as well as the soil moisture. So for the survival rate, we collected that data by creating a grading scale by which we compared each of the ohi'olehua seedlings. So that grading scale was based off of the physical health of each seedling, such as how brown it is and how the foliage is looking. And then the climate data, we collected that using a Hobo climate sensor, which is what you're seeing here in this image. We had 2 of those set up inside a shade hoop, and then we had 1 set up outside of the shade hoop so that we could compare that data. And then for the soil moisture, we collected that using a Zentura utility logger, which had 2 soil moisture probes attached to it. And so 1 soil moisture probe was buried underneath the soil inside of the shade hoop, and then 1 was buried outside of the shade hoop. And all of that data was collected periodically throughout the summer. And so here I just included a video of one of our shade hoops collecting moisture from the fog, so you can kind of see how effective it is at collecting that moisture. So by the 3rd week, we already begun to see some significant differences in the ohia seedlings. So both of these photos were taken at the same time. This is one of our non-shaded ohia seedling, and as you can see, it's not doing too well. And then this is one of our shaded ohia seedlings. So if you can see the difference, yeah, our shaded ohia lehua seedlings seem to do a lot better in drier environments. So once we had all of our data collected, we inputted all of our data into the software program R, by which we analyzed our data. And so the first data set that we analyzed was our seedling survival rate, which we looked at using a chi-square test. So as you can see, there's some pretty significant difference in survival between our 2 study groups. 60 of our shaded seedlings survived while 15 of them died, compared to our non-shaded seedlings. 9 of them survived, whereas 12 of them died. So through our chi-square test, we calculated a p-value of less than 0.05, and a value less than 0.05 means that there is a significant difference. So from this, we would reject our null hypothesis, which states that there is no association between survival rate and the 2 study groups. Yeah, so had some pretty significant results with the survival rate using our shade hoops. And then we analyzed our soil moisture and climate data using a 2-sample t-test. So our null hypothesis for that is that the true difference in the means are equal to 0. For our soil moisture, we did find that there is a significant difference in the soil moisture between our 2 study groups. Yeah, the soil moisture inside of the shade hoops was significantly more moist compared to outside. We had a p-value of less than 0.05, so there is significant data there, difference in data. And then for our climate temperature, we collected 2 different data sets for our climate temperature. Our first being the average in the hottest temperature, and then our second being the average in the coldest temperature. For our average in the hottest temperature, we found that the temperature was actually higher inside of the shade hoops compared to outside, which is opposite from what we were expecting, but it makes sense if you interpret it that the shade hoops created a greenhouse effect, resulting in warmer temperatures inside of our shade hoop. So for that, we did find significant difference. We calculated a p-value of less than 0.05, so that there was a significant difference for our hottest temperature. And then for our cooler temperature, we did find that the temperature inside of the shade hoops was cooler, but it wasn't significant. Our p-value is greater than 0.05. Yeah, so not a significant difference there. So going into the broader impacts, as you can see, we did overall get a significant result using looking at the effects of our shade hoop fencing, which presents a lot of hopeful solutions for future ecological issues, or tackling future ecological issues. Primarily being that the use of shade hoops presents a feasible solution to establishing forests in uninhabitable areas, which could be helpful for native forest restoration. And then also, this project provides a method to establish refuge sites for our native Hawaiian birds to move into higher elevation. Overall, I think this summer has been a great opportunity for me to gain research experience, but also just to get involved with current projects that are happening here in Hawaii, and yeah, just really get my foot in the door into conservation. And so I just want to give a big mahalo to everybody that made this journey possible, especially my mentors, Josie Tupu and Patrick Hart. And then I just want to give a big mahalo to all of the PIPES Ohana, as well as our funders that made this happen. But yeah, mahalo.
Mahalo nui. We have a question already.
Hello, aloha kako. Mahalo nui for the informative presentation. Really enjoyed it. Two-part question, not that hard though. Don't freak out. First part, the results that you presented today, is this a part of a team project? Were you the lead on it?
Yeah, so this was primarily through the Lohe Lab. I guess it is a little bit of a collaborative project. We worked on this primarily through the Lohe Lab, but we also worked with the Mauna Kea Watershed Alliance. I think we primarily want to work with them too, because so many of our native forests up Mauna Kea are vulnerable. And because of the climate up there, it's hard to establish seedlings. But yeah, it was mostly primarily run through the Lohe Lab.
Okay, because the second part is, I think the fact that a lot of your statistical results were significant, I think you need to publish this. And I think the PIPES program is positioning you perfectly for things like that. And I would love to see that come from this as feasible as possible.
Yeah, thank you. I would love to publish this. I think this is great information. Yeah, it's really super exciting stuff.
Hello.
Yeah, thank you for the question.
How's it? I was just wondering from like a management perspective, how long you would have to leave those shade cloths out on those out plants in order to call them survivorship?
Yeah, so we're hoping to leave those on at least until the seedlings are able to establish themselves. We're thinking maybe until they grow to reach the height of the fence, which is about 3 feet tall. We're thinking that would be, you know, at that point they'll be established enough to survive on their own and we can remove the shade hoops. But we are wanting to do future research into looking at how the seedlings survive during different seasons. So yeah, winter season is going to be completely different up Mauna Kea. So I think we're also wanting to look at how they do during that changing climate.
Mahalo nui. Do we have time for one more question? I was looking at Josie trying to get her to.
I noticed that you had Amberly Pigao up there as well. So she's a PIPES alum and also has worked with the Pacific Islands Climate Adaptation Science Center funding for her master's. So just putting out there, so one is the question, like, how does this relate to the research that she did with her master's? She's just wrapping that up. And secondly, maybe it's more of an idea that this definitely could work into a master's thesis. I agree with Pu'ala, yeah.
Yeah, so this is kind of like a run-on or like a run-off to Amberly's project. Amberly is focusing more so on kind of like a flat panel, using a flat panel of shade cloth, kind of like in this image, whereas we're focusing on shade hoops and how that changes the water yield or water collection through fog moisture. But yeah, much of this is pretty similar to her project. But yeah, we're kind of answering a little bit of different questions just in, yeah, the types of fencing that we're focusing on.
Grad school at UH Hilo. Can we get another round of applause for Anuhea Strickland? We have one more presentation before break. We're gonna let Vi introduce our next presentation, as Konale has attachment issues like me.
Okay, mahalo nui anu. Yes, taking us to a different mauna is Le Nalu Enesa.
Mai kahi e kalu uai ka makani lana kila. Kahi ai o ai aloha. A hiki e kahi e ki ai kaua ki pu'upu'u. Ana ai ka velina. Where's my mouse? Aloha, my name is Leinalu, and this summer I was fortunate enough to be a part of PIPES. And my presentation this summer will be about tending to the connecting relationships. Much like everything we are connected to, we always have our first meeting where we establish our connections. In this case, I was able to establish my connection through my PIPES internship. Under the direction of Mahina Patterson, I was able to work with Kohala Watershed Partnership, or KWP. Before I get into creating relationships, we also have to acknowledge our existing relationships. I'm from Kaipapa'u, Oahu, and this is my brothers. My little brother is right there. This is my parents. My parents are also here, which I'm very fortunate for. I might cry. I haven't seen them in a while, so. In my introduction, I bring also places that have also helped shape me to who I am, Kauai and this current island, Big Island, or Hawai'i. And I do a lot of my stream biological survey work in Kauai. So this is a bad picture of me working. I'm sprawled out on a rock in Kalihawai. And then also I want to acknowledge my Hanai family, who has also helped raise me and take me under their wing and let me live in Waimea with them this summer. Establishing my connection. So through PIPES, I was able to work in Kohala. This is me in Eke, the Eke unit, but I was able to work in Kohala under KWP, which owns about 6,000 to 8,000 acres of land over the mountain of Kohala and is a part of HEWP, or the Hawaii Association of Watershed Alliance. Their goals consist of protection of water sources, controlling ungulate and invasive species, as well as the maintenance of native and unique species throughout the forest. This summer, I was able to work with consistently out of all their partners, TKC, the Kohala Center, NARS, Natural Area Reserve System, as well as the State Tree Nursery. So much like when we first meet people, we learn their names. So just acknowledging o kohala nui, o kohala iki, o kohala loko, o kohala I kamakani a pa'apa'a, o pili o kala hikiola, o na pu'u hailelua, oia ho'i oia la. O na o kina I hola ia o ka aina ha'aheo I kahili, a kamakani a pa'apa'a, e ho'olau mai ana mehe ipo ala, ke nehone I ka poli o ke aloha. And you can also find this in the KWP management plan. So some of the cool sites that I've been able to work with. My first week was Waipo'o, and we'll get into more about the second picture of me on a helicopter. The Eke unit, another beautiful site that I was able to work with, and I worked with consistently on my last week of work. And then the Kilohana unit. This is a small video of me walking through the unit, just so you guys can kind of experience what I've experienced. I was trying to walk nicely and not fall while my camera is going, but as we get down closer, you're gonna see Kilohana River, which is also intermittent, so which means it doesn't flow consistently. Also showing Jarrett, who is a supervisor for NARS. And Kilohana is right over here. So on my first day of work, let's say KWP knows how to make an impression on your PIPES internship. I actually flew on a helicopter. So before we get into the Waipo'a unit, I'd like to take you guys with me, and this is a clip of the helicopter ride on my first day. So a little bit about Waipo'a. It's a 900-acre unit, contains the headwaters of Honekane and Kawainui, which is kind of explains why it was named Waipo'o, which literally means, when translated, headwaters. Throughout my internship, I was able to learn how to fence. Doesn't sound as cool as it is, but it's pretty cool with the areas that you go to. On the mountain, this is where I was at. There's a couple steps to fencing. In this portion of my internship, I was able to learn how to pin fence. So one of the first steps I learned how to do, besides hiking and breathing at the same time, because if you walk through Kohala, you don't know how to walk until you walk through that mountain, because once you come out, you feel like you're running. The first thing I learned how to do was Pulaski. So in this video, I have one of my coworkers who is under NARS. Her name is Kea. Love her. Hopefully she's watching. But she's Pulasking. So basically between two T-posts, you try to clear the fence line as clear as possible so that the fence is laying flush to the floor, so that it helps with ungulate control because, or pigs basically. If you don't lay it flush to the floor, it'll basically, the pig will be able to hook underneath and still enter the unit. Besides Pulasking, I also learned how to bump slack, which basically means you pull the slack of the fence down the line. It's probably the easiest job out of all of it. And basically you just pull it so that it's easier for the fence to lay flush against the T-posts and stuff. Besides Pulasking and learning how to bump slack, there's also other steps like repounding T-posts. In this section of the mountain, you normally pound the T-post before you start pinning the fence, but in this case, we had to repound T-posts because Kohala is a very saturated forest, and these T-posts, forgot to mute, but these T-posts are basically, they're coming out as we start to pin them, so to make sure that the fence is nice and good, we repound them so that it can stay and last longer. This is my crew. For my first week of work, I met them all for the first time. From left to right, it's Lucas, Kea, Pono, and Brendan, and then me. And then quite literally pinning the fence, you take a U-shaped pin or a clip, and you pin it to one side of the fence, wrap it around the T-post, and hook it onto the other side. And I used a nail to do that. Some people use the end of their clips and stuff. It kind of depends on how you like to do it. And then a more accessible unit that I was able to work with, the Eke unit. Within this unit, it contains Pu'ueke, which is it's named after. It's fenced in a portion of it. As well, this unit contains the summit of Kohala, which I've been fortunate to hike up to. Kaumu o Kalei Ho'ohie. It's a beautiful place which contains a lot of native and rare plants as well. Eke will also be containing a part of this summit. More fence work. I was able to learn the steps prior to learning how to pin. So scouting the area, which is much like what it sounds like. You get to hike around and play around in the forest for a little bit and see the best possible route for our fences. This is a clip of me walking through the forest. As you can see, there's like blue ribbons and stuff on the side. And this is Jake and Blackie. They're kind of just scouting out, and the blue ribbons indicate and help us visually see the path of the fence and help us see the most clearest way possible. And then to double check, we also use our GPS because sometimes it seems like you're going straight, but you're actually going in a circle. Here's more of the blue ribbons. This is my Hanai sister, Ipo, but you can see us walking through the forest. And you just see the blue ribbons. And then also while in the Eke unit, we were kind of just getting bored at some point, so we started cutting down Himalayan ginger, which is highly invasive. So this is a clip of her cutting it down. Hammer. And basically you cut down you're supposed to cut it down and then, or pull it out fully so that it doesn't repopulate, I guess. And then some cool things about this unit is that before it's fenced in, because it's not fenced yet, it'll be, the Kohala Center will be working with local hunters and stuff for pig removal and ungulate removal. So if you want to go hunt, that's the place, because there's some big guys up there. And then lastly, I was also able to work at Kilohana, which is one of the first fenced-in units on Kohala Mountain. It's about a 10-acre unit. It's fairly short hike. It's about 20 minutes to go around it one time. Once again, this is another video of me and Jarrett walking through. that noise is the hip chain. While we were there, we were able to try and learn how to collect not data. We were able to measure how much fence needed to be refenced. So this hip chain right here is basically a small contraption of sewing line that is run through a line counter, which allows us to know how much meters needed for fence to refence. And this unit needed to be refenced, or is in the process of being refenced because there's a lot of buildup, which is affecting the lifespan of it. And we also used my height because I'm so short. Anything below my shoulder, which is 4 feet, is a T-post that is no good. A really cool part of my internship was I got to make forest friends. So here's a couple of plants that I was able to learn how to identify and take pictures of. Not all of them, but this is Hawai'i koli'i. So a cool fact about this, or it's not cool, it's kind of sad, but after it seeds, which is all these like flowers and stuff that you see, it actually dies. But this is up at Eke actually on the summit. Pilokea. This is a video of an elepaio that I caught up in Waipo'o. So it's just kind of jumping. I didn't get a super good video, but there was 2 of them that are following us back up to the cabin. Then we have Pi'ipi'i lau mana mana, which is a fern that I just learned how to identify maybe a couple weeks ago. I was talking to a friend, and she was helping me identify. Akolea, which makes beautiful lace. Ala ala vainui. Hoi kua hivi. Kolea lauli'i. Kanavao. Olapa. Kamakahala. Vavai iole. Kava'u. Pala'a. Pukiave. Alani. A 6-inid or a snot hat, which is an endemic snail. Oali'i makali'i, which are these small little toothbrushed ferns. Ohelo kaula'au. Of course, ohi'a. Palaihuna. And kolea lau nui. Much in ways that Kohala has replenished me, I worked in the state tree nursery too. I was able to kind of give back in that way by working, and I was able to plant a lot of baby plants. So much like we learn their names, as we get to consistently know them, we get to identify different characteristics about them. So there's a lot of reciprocity going on in our world, and this is a good example of how things are continuously, both in Aina and in Kanaka, that there's a relationship. So this is a picture of me in the TKC PIPES, but it's a good showing of i'o nui and how reciprocity is there. Much like I mentioned before, I worked in the state tree nursery. My go-to plant this summer was iliahi. I planted over 1,000, I think I would like to say. I spent a lot of days just blasting music and planting them. It was pretty good to sing to them and just kind of give them love, and hopefully that throughout the state that they can, give back kind of thing. As much as we create relationships, we also have to tend and maintain them. So I'd just like to give a little mahalo to all the people that's kind of supported me on my journey. Mahina, of course, who's back there. She is probably the best work mom I've had, besides Mama P, but she's a good work mom too. My sisters, of course, for coming into the field with me. My NARS crew, Pipes Ohana, and then the Aina, and of course, my tita Kahina, who actually got me to send in my essay, and she really hyped up Pipes, and I'm really happy that I took the opportunity. And of course, mahalo to the people that pay me. You guys helped me stay afloat this summer, so mahalo. Any questions?
Mahalo nui. Do we have any questions?
Oh, yeah. Mahalo Leinalu. That was a wonderful presentation. So I already asked her this question, so I'm gonna ask it again. I was like, oh my God, poor thing you. All you did was fence this summer, but in really beautiful places. But I would love if you could share why fencing is such a big part of the work we do in natural resource management, in conservation as a whole, but also in Kohala.
Yeah, so fencing actually, oh, we can actually show you. So, let me see, I think it's here. So I was able to work in 2 different units, or 3 different, but the more I was able to see like an impact of fencing and stuff was between Eke and Kilohana. So Kilohana being the first unit that was fenced and Eke being a new kind of in process kind of thing, it shows the kind of the benefits that it's caused. Eke being not fenced, there's a lot of pigs roaming and stuff, which kind of harms the native plants and kind of competes and kind of doesn't make it super like prime time habit for these plants are native, because they're kind of, what's the word? You kind of gotta tend to them, gotta like, they're kind of not special, they're special, but like, I'm trying to use the words, but basically, fencing helps us maintain our native forests, and without them, a lot of pigs would come in and kind of just ruin. Like, I think in Keal Malu's presentation, he kind of showed like how some of the animals rub against the plants, and they kind of, by doing that, the plants die and stuff. So fencing really helps maintain our native species. And a lot of the native plants that I showed and took pictures of, they're actually found in Kilohana and Eke. But I found the more native plants up at the summit of Eke, where you don't see as much pigs because it's on the side of the hill, and they're not as easily accessed. Whereas if Kilohana wasn't fenced, I'm pretty sure a lot of pigs would just run right through it, and a lot of, like, the pilo kale wouldn't be there. Mahalo.
Mahalo nui. Do we have one more question? Yeah. These are my favorite.
Don't worry, girl. You'll be fine.
That's my dad, by the way.
With your learnings, with your connections, have you found that areas where there is no predation, and you have that fence line which is blocking areas where there's no natural, I guess, predation rates, have you found an increase of survival rate, or have your plants that you've been talking about learn how to survive in a place that has a lot of predation?
It's a lot of big words, Dad.
I guess my question is, did you see any similarities that you could practice in places where there's high predation rate, like ranches, and you could adapt those things you do in the conservation area out in places that don't have conservation rates?
I think it's always possible, even if it's not like under like NARS or KWP. I think it's a matter of if the people of the land want to even try and attempt to take care of the places, or even kind of know about the places, because a lot of people won't know what there is in their own area until like someone points it out to them, kind of thing. Because I mean, I didn't know half the plants that I talked about today until like this summer, and now that I know them, I definitely think I'll try to like respect them a lot more, because if I was just a random hunter just walking through the area, I probably would have trampled on a lot of native species and like probably contributed to what the pigs are doing. But I think just acknowledging and learning the places first and what they have to offer can be the first step into probably creating your own conservation thing. It doesn't even have to be conservation. It can just be just taking care of the plants that are right outside your house. Mahalo.
One more question? No? No? Going once, going twice. Can we give a round of applause for Late Nalu? Okay, that concludes our first round of presentations. Before everybody gets up and we take a quick break, so I wanted to mahalo Kipuka since Hua is here. Can we give a round of applause for Kipuka? Without Kipuka's help, they funded 7 interns this year, and we wouldn't have been able to do it without you folks. So mahalo nui. Most of our Olelo Hawaii cohort was with Kipuka funding. So thank you so much for your support. I'm going to tell all you guys we're taking a 10-minute break so that we get back here in 15 minutes. Yeah. And we'll get going at 11:15. Mahalo. Mina, can you try find our layout? Is hers the only one that's not working? Can go to another one? See if the other one is working. Vahina's not working. No, I think we gotta sign in again. Can you go to this one? Oh wait, what? Who's on this side? So Wailea and Vahina. And then maybe we need to get Kiana too, because Kiana knows her stuff. Wailea and Vahina, yeah?
Gotcha. Gotcha. Lifesaver, bro.
we have a model. We have a model.
All right, I'm Michaela Nuyakako. Mahalo again for joining us for our 29th annual PIPES Symposium. It is with great honor that I introduce our next speaker, all the way from Puerto Rico. I would like to introduce Veronica Gonzalez Sanchez. Mahalo.
Good morning, aloha, buenos dias. My name is Veronica Sanchez Gonzalez, and I'll be presenting the project titled Soil Nitrogen Dynamics in the Leeward Kohala Field System. So, as Mina very well said, I am from Puerto Rico, and although most of you have never been here, you do hear the cookies at night, which are a part of my home, although they're invasive here. As I entered Hawai'i Island, so unfamiliar to me, the sounds of my home made me feel welcomed. So who am I and what is my purpose are some of the questions I've had to ask myself as I've come here, and I still struggle to answer them. But to truly grasp my essence, one must travel 9,242 kilometers to my home, Puerto Rico. So Puerto Rico is the land that witnessed my birth and were the first waters that greeted me in this earth. And so the way that we're raised really shape us. And I just so happen to be a triplet. So here we can see my mom the day that she gave birth to us. And so in Puerto Rico, we have a famous sandwich called la tripleta. It's like a 3-meat sandwich. If you come in a combo of 3, you call yourselves a tripleta. So this right here would be my tripleta. A little corny joke, but I thought I'd bring in some Puerto Rican humor. So this is us two when we were younger, and when we got older, we decided to recreate the picture. And here we can be seen, you know, with the Puerto Rican flag and custom clothing found in Puerto Rico. So, So I'm major in nutrition and dietetics at the University of Puerto Rico, Rio Piedras. This major allows me to engage with my community and really give back the knowledge that I have to those around me. I'm also part of the student council, where I make sure the voice of students is heard and they feel welcomed in their space. I also do conduct research back home, and these are some of my lab mates. Overall, I enjoy my time here, but this summer I got the opportunity to work in Kohala, specifically in the Leeward Kohala Field System, which is known as a soil fertility sweet spot. It can be seen right here, and it is home to some of the most fertile soils in the world. And Native Hawaiians picked this spot because they knew it wasn't too dry like down here or too wet, but it was just right for them to be able to crop their necessities. So first, before we get into our project, you know, I got to work with the best lab affiliated to UH Manoa, the Indigenous Cropping Systems Lab, where they work on understanding traditional Hawaiian agriculture systems and how large they were in these systems, what type of agriculture was done, and why were they cultivated here. But before we get into my project, what is soil? So soil is composed of different minerals and feldspar, pyroxene, olivine, or paramaterials that are then formed into iron oxides and clay materials that can be found in common soils right now. It also is made up of organic matter that can be stored in the soil and cycled back into the atmosphere as carbon dioxide by microbes. These microbes also play an important role in breaking down plant material and providing nutrients to the soil. And depending on the type of soil, it'll determine, how well it retains water, and that will influence the amount of cropping that can be done. So I work specifically in the leeward Kohala field system. So Native Hawaiians have different types of agricultural practices that they used based on the environmental locations that they were located in. So we're very familiar with lo'i, which is wetland agriculture. And we actually got the chance to do some back at orientation in Iole. But the leeward Kohala field system is a great example of Ainama Lo'o, which is dry land, rain-fed cultivation, and it's basically a network of terraces, canals, and stone structures known as kua'iwi. And they work as a testament of the traditional agriculture engineering practice by Native Hawaiians. And methods of radiocarbon indicate that it was used for cultivation since the 14th century. So here we can see an excellent picture of how these hills look. So ancient Hawaiians took advantage of the abundance of rainfall from up Mauka of the nearby mountains to irrigate their fields, allowing them to develop sustainable practices for their croppings. So we have the windward side, which can be seen as a lot greener up Mauka, and then down Makai is where we have the leeward side of these kua'iwis. And they can be seen by the browner spots, identified by the browner spots. So this system spans a broad ecological range, so it goes from 750 to 2,200 millimeters of rainfall for a year, and the productivity of the systems is influenced by rainfall, temperature, and soil nutrient levels. And this allowed for the efficient cultivation of various crops, such as kalos and yam, and uala was the primary cultivation, but it's also believed that ko was planted on top of these kua'iwis for three major things. So it worked as a windbreak, so it would protect the crops from the harsh winds that can be experienced down in Kohala. It also captured incoming rain, so it ensured good soil moisture. And it also fixed nitrogen into the soil, and we'll see later on why that is so important and the function that it plays. So here we can see the nitrogen cycle and the nitrogen dynamics that occurred down in the soil. So many processes lead to the formations of various forms of nitrogen, both inorganic and organic, but plants can actually only use inorganic nitrate, and it plays an important role in plant growth. So the main mechanisms that influence the amount of nitrate readily accessible to these plants is nitrogen fixation and nitrification. So although atmospheric nitrogen and mineralization, so mineralization, like you can see it here, is like when organic matter is broken down by microbes, and these microbes produce ammonium, and ammonium works as the precursor to nitrate. So by altering the microtypography, by creating these kua'iwis down in Kohala, the Hawaiians may have altered these nitrogen cycling processes, and as a result, the nitrate levels and the fertility of the soil to ensure more sustainable and to maximize their crops. So if we go on here. So the purpose of my project was to better understand the functions of these kua'iwi and the influence they have on moisture retention and nitrogen dynamics, which can provide possible implications on how to enhance soil fertility and how it was done by Native Hawaiians. So like I mentioned, when it comes to the relationship between nitrogen dynamics and soil fertility, nitrate plays an essential role, and also its precursor ammonium. And this allows us to understand why the Hawaiians constructed these walls to possibly implement more sustainable practices in modern day. So the way that we designed this project is that we took soil samples at different rainfall. So we took at 1,000, 1,250, 1,400, and 1,600 millimeters of rainfall per year. And we took at different soil surface levels. So we took it superficially from 0 to 15 centimeters and 15 to 30 centimeters. And we looked at soil moisture, ammonium, and nitrate levels. So we combined the data that I collected this summer with past projects from 2017 and 2018. And so on our driest site, when looking at soil moisture, which was 1,000 millimeters of rainfall per year, we found that on the driest wall, so here on the leeward side, we can see the box plots on green, actually had higher levels of moisture. So in this drier site, we see that evaporation outweighs the precipitation, which depletes moisture at the surface levels, and that is why we interpret that once we go deeper into the surface level, more soil moisture is retained. But as we can see, the windward side is typically holds a lot more moisture than the leeward side of the hills. So for the samples collected at 1,250 and 1,400 millimeters of rainfall per year, there was a lack of replication. So the data shown may not accurately reflect what's actually going down at these rain sites. But then once we go down to 1,600 millimeters of rainfall per year, based on the data that we collected, soil moisture is more pronounced at the surface level area, and we can see in the box plots in blue. So this suggests that the rainfall increases as water is added into the soil surface, outweighs the water lost through evaporation. And now when we look at, so in conclusion, when it comes to the differences between sample locations on the walls, the data shows that the leeward side is consistently drier than the windward side, which is what we would expect to see. So this serves as a good indicator that the kua'iwi were built to boost soil moisture on the top and windward sides of these walls. So when looking at nitrate levels, here we can see a good trend and see how nitrate levels were significantly higher down on the windward side when compared to the leeward side. And then again, but then once we go up rainfall, so for the 1,250, we can see how it kind of switches, and the leeward side has higher levels of nitrate. And also for the 1,400 millimeters of rainfall, we see that the leeward side tends to have higher levels of nitrate. And also for the wetter sites. So we see this reverse trend. So as rainfall increases, we're seeing higher levels of nitrate. And so this is a little bit more complex, but we believe that this loss of nitrate on the windward side of the kua'iwi might be due to a significant wetting mechanisms occurring, which could be the loss of nutrients through leaching. So as rainfall increases, so much of the rainfall is received through the windward side. So as rainfall increases, more leaching occurs, and that's why we believe that the nitrate is being lost. So in conclusion, nitrate levels on the windward side of the wall in the lowest rainfall were higher, but as rainfall increased, we're seeing higher levels of nitrate on the leeward side of the walls. So lastly, when looking at ammonium, here we can see a very good trend as we go from the wetter sides and the windward side to the leeward side. So the windward sides had a significantly higher levels of ammonium, and this implies that so as I mentioned, ammonium is the precursor to nitrate, and nitrate is a form of nitrogen that the plants can utilize for their growth. So as we have higher levels of ammonium, that implies that it increases the chance of it being converted into nitrogen. So that's a good thing to see. And then once we go down to the higher rainfall, we do see that the windward side has higher levels of ammonium, and also for the 1,600, our wettest rainfall site does have higher levels of ammonium, but there's too much discrepancy and fluctuations in this level when looking at those wetter rainfall sites, and also looking at death. So no pertinent conclusions can be drawn from that, but we can definitely see how at the lower rainfalls, we have an increased levels of ammonium. And so once we go wetter up, it homogenizes and we can't see no noticeable trends. So like in conclusion, much like Puerto Rico, Hawaii imports approximately 90% of its food. But interestingly enough, Kohala, the Leeward Kohala Field System, at one point is estimated to have fed hundreds of thousands of native Hawaiians. And they did so because they designed their crops to maximize productivity and efficiency. And they did so because they had no modern day amenities like fertilizers, liming agents, or heavy duty equipment. And so, funnily enough, nitrogen fertilizers used in modern day cropping practices use the Haber-Bosch process, which is a very energy intensive reaction that produces a lot of gas emissions, which negatively impact our environment. So although work is being done to kind of find a more sustainable way to produce modern day nitrogen fertilizers, projects like this give an idea of the functionality of indigenous cropping practices and how its implementation in modern day agriculture can actually provide more sustainability to local crops. So in the last couple of years, although I've developed as a scientist and a researcher, lately I felt disconnected from Aina. This is what sparked my desire to come down to Hawaii Island, but nothing could have prepared me for how this experience would change me. This experience has retaught me and showed me how to malama Aina. Aina offers the boundless gifts and wisdom, but is often underappreciated and abused. Hence, it's been refreshing to see how Native Hawaiians really take care of their cherished Aina. So you have provided me with friendship that transcends time and distance, filling our days with shared laughter and unerasable memories, as well as the opportunity to learn more about Hawaiian culture and its language. As I discover the new language, it opens up new opportunities for me and shows me new perspectives to connect with people from different cultures. Every word I have learned is a brick that builds bridges of understanding and enriches my experience in this world. I truly felt like I was meant to be here, and I will forever be glad for the opportunity provided. I want to give a few pictures of me out in the field and in lab, and I want to give a big thanks, una gracia, and mahalo to not only my lab for making this experience a wonderful time, and for all the PIPES interns and PIPES coordinators for allowing me to be here, also the foundations that funded this opportunity. Mahalo.
Mahalo nui. Awesome job, Veronica. Do we have any questions?
This was an amazing presentation, Veronica. Kind of going off of the soil science that was shared yesterday by Wyatt. He was particularly doing biological or botanical surveys of soil, but to do so they had to add heavy chemicals and thus can't repatriate the soil to the sites that they collected it from. I was wondering how much soil you collected for your different projects and if it's possible to return the soil to where you got it from.
That's a great question. So I'd say we collected about, this is the way to describe it, like a half a Ziploc bag for each of the soil samples that we collected. And so actually to look at, for nitrogen and ammonium levels, we used around 10 mLs of the soil. So we still have quite a bit left, but to be able to run pH levels and more accurate soil moisture content, we do have to use quite a bit of the soil taken, but we always try to take as least as possible to try and not, invade that space as much, so as little as possible. We try to invade as little as possible. But yeah, sadly, we do have to dry out that soil, and once it's dried out, it's not useful in that way, so we cannot return it back. And we add reagents to it too, which, yeah. Thank you for the question.
Any other questions? Maybe one more.
Thank you very much for the presentation. You showed some really interesting patterns there across the walls. And you may not know this, I don't know it, I'm just curious. Is there any evidence or information that the Hawaiians sort of change their planting densities based on either side of the wall or in a larger pattern, at the different rainfall gradients?
So it's believed, so the higher, so up Mauka, so closer to higher rainfall, it's where they planted the most just because of soil nutrient and soil moisture and soil nutrients. So on the windward side is where they believe they did most of the cropping. So that's where they planted most of the uala. And on top, it's believed to have planted the ko, so the sugar cane, for all the functions that I mentioned, specifically just to alter the microtypography, enhance the nitrogen dynamics in that soil.
Okay, can we give a round of do we have? Okay, round of applause. Thank you.
Mahalo nui e Veronica for sharing your wonderful experience this past summer. Next, we have who's going next? It is Waileia. Mahalo nui. It is my honor to be introducing our next speaker, a native of Oahu, Manoa's finest, Waileia Tupo. Mahalo.
Mai ka wekiu o mauna awa kea, ke aloha o hao o mauna loa, ke kua lono o hualalai, waipuna lau me ke aloha ia o kou, na mama aloha aina. He wahi leo aloha ke ia no o kou, no ke ia moku, a me ke ia huakai a ui ho ina mai ai. O wau no o Waileia Tupou, he kupa au I ke kuava o manoa, a he haumana au malalo o na aina a pau. A kahi no wau a ho'omaka I ka hele ana I ke kula nui o Hawai'i, ma Manoa, no ke hele laipua o lalo Hawai'i a me ha'awina o iwi. Aloha nui a ko Pakahia Po. My name is Waileia Tupou. I am an undergraduate student at the University of Hawaii at Manoa, majoring in Olelo, Hawaii. I was born in Aotearoa, New Zealand, and I grew up on the island of Oahu. I currently live in the beautiful valley of Manoa. I am honored to stand here today as a keiki of my kupuna, my parents, and the aina. My project this summer is focusing on regeneration of native species in the Honaunau Conservation Area, or HCA, from 2022 to 2023. Regeneration is defined as a renewal of a forest or a personal revival as well. Therefore, I wanted to connect my own personal journey of regeneration and regrowth as a young adult. Speaking of forestry and regeneration, my host organization this summer has taught me all about this. This summer, I was fortunate enough to work with my host organization, Forest Solutions. Forest Solutions has graciously allowed me to be a part of their team this summer, and I have loved getting to learn their take on forestry and land management. So for the past 25 years, Forest Solutions has grown to incorporate traditional knowledge of Ike Hawaii with Western aspects of forestry to best steward the wahipana around Hawaii Island. My mentors this summer were Sebastian Ma'a, who is here today, the biocultural forester, and Aviva Gottesman, who is a research forester. Forest Solutions has so many pilina throughout Hawaii Island and has worked with so many different sites. So I got the opportunity to work in all over the moku, in Lupea, Keoho, Ka'u, Kohala, Mauna Kea, Kealakekua, Kahalu'ukua Heva, and even Honaunau. Pictured here on the right is some of the Forest Solutions interns that I had the opportunity of working with in Lupea and Honaunau. It made my summer so special to work alongside some fellow young Kia'i Aloha To transition into my ha'alele section, like I mentioned, a common theme throughout my internship this summer has been regeneration, and as I have begun my journey into exploring the forests of Hawaii Island, I became familiar with native species that I had never heard of before. Although there were some unfamiliar places and plants at times, I always felt like I was exactly where I needed to be. From plots of Iliahi in the Kealakekua Mountain Reserve, or KMR, to data collection in the Honaunau Conservation Area, or HCA, I have experienced so many different parts of forestry. And I wanted to briefly show you and go over some of the amazing areas that Forest Solutions, or FSI, has allowed me to work in. So I started off my journey with PIPES and FSI in Lupea in Kona, which I camped for the first time in this house, or house is a nice word. It was literally like a 4x4 like wooden tool shed. But it was such an amazing opportunity to introduce myself to Kona, to the Kona side of the island. I also got the opportunity to work in Keohoka'u, near Volcanoes National Park. I also worked on Mauna Kea for a bit, trying to control the gorse that is invasively taking over the slopes of Mauna Kea. And that is specifically one of the things that I liked about FSI and about forestry, and how they were planting conifers to almost block and grow like a wall to block the sea of gorse in the future. And I enjoyed being in that space and learning how forestry works and thinking so far into the future to and how what we do now is going to affect and for the betterment of the surrounding ecosystems. I also worked in Kohala, so basically everywhere on this moku. I worked in Kealakekua Mountain Reserve, or KMR, which is one of the largest reforestation projects in the state. I also worked in Kahala'ukuaheva with my mentor, Sebastian, where we were pulling out invasive species. This is another favorite part of mine in forestry, because you get to see your progress right in front of your face after you pull out these invasives and its impact for the future generations. And then, last but not least, I worked in the Honaunau Conservation Area, managing and taking data of seedlings and saplings of the regeneration of native and both non-native species within this area. To go a little more in depth on my focus project this summer, I worked within the Honaunau Conservation Area, or HCA. So HCA, there we go. HCA is about 1,400 acres of land in Honaunau that's managed through multiple partners in various management activities, including ungulate management, invasive species control, and the work that I did, which was taking data of monitoring these seedlings and sapling regenerations. To give you a little more background, this is a map of HCA, and to do the work of the monitoring of seedlings and saplings, there are 8 transect lines, as you can see, running from the eastern and western borders of HCA. And within each transect, there are about 6 to 9 plots shown here in the blue, and 1 photo point in the red. The photo points are very important because it allows us to compare data and see how the plot physically changes over time and what is growing then and now. At each plot, we hiked across these transects in 2 teams while we camped, and data was collected and analyzed of the species in the surrounding area, 2-meter radius of each plot. So we would walk along, stop, look around us, and then keep going. It only took 2 days because we're pretty fast with Forest Solutions. You know, we get it done. So the main focus, like I mentioned, was seedlings and saplings, both native and non-native. Seedlings are measured anything under 60 centimeters, which is pretty small. So you got a kilo very well. And then saplings, which is above 60 centimeters. Some of the native species that we have in this area within Honaunau is like things like ohia. Here we are taking data in our on our second day out in the field. We have ohia, olapa, just to name a few, as well as koa, pukiave, kawa'u, ohelo'ai, ohelo kaula'au. Lots of stuff going on. To venture deeper into our data that we collected for this project, pictured here we have an example of these seedlings and saplings. On the left is, they're both ohia, and the left is an ohia sapling, and then ohia seedling sapling, kalamai. Within these within each monitoring plot, there's vital information about seedling and sapling growth and regeneration rates, which informs the current and future management of HCA. To show this and to show what we found while we camped in HCA, in these two figures are the densities of these native seedlings and saplings. Figure 1A has the native seedling densities. So on the x-axis, we're gonna have all the different types of native species that we have from 2022 to 2023. And some standout data that we collected was the growth in Ohelo Kaula'au and Ohia. And in saplings, although it's a little bit hard to see because Ohia just grew like crazy, the main focus was Ohia for native saplings. As you can see, it's a great growth from the past year that we are so excited to see within HCA. Here are some ki'i of these Ohia saplings that we found as we hiked through each transect. To go more in depth into Ohia, as it is such an important plant within HCA and very present in this area, Ohia saplings in particular are shown in the growth in this graph. I never thought I would be sharing graphs like this, but this is fun. Anyway, kalamai. So the x-axis is transects, and in each transect, we have the number of saplings on the y-axis. So the main thing for Ohia saplings per acre in each transect is some big numbers that we found was in transects 4, 5, and 9. And overall, for sapling growths of Ohia, in 2022, it was the number that we have for 2022 is about 258, and then in this year, it was over 1,000. So to see that growth is amazing, which is almost a 300% increase, which we love to see as forestry people. And then as well, we can't forget about the seedlings. So the Ohia seedlings, same thing, transect numbers. So each transect has growth of the Ohia seedlings. Although you can tell it does fluctuate up and down, which I'll go over in a bit. But for the most part, Ohia is a very present seedling and species within this area. Culturally and in the agricultural forestry kind of way, Ohia is a very special species to see within these areas. And our native forest, especially for many reasons. The Honaunau area is managed for watershed protection to allow for clean water and healthy water for the communities. And so as a plant, Ohia contains water and just creates the better system of water. And so when we see these seedlings and saplings, it's a very important thing because we know in the future that it will continue to grow and continue to foster these native ecosystems for the native fauna, native birds to be attracted to, as well as culturally for our practitioners in hula and lei. Some of the inferences that we can make from all of these data in these areas as we see these native species grow is that a lot of the growth of these seedlings and saplings are coming from the seed banks, and due to past harvestation of koa, being dug up, this possibly has allowed for ohia and koa to grow. So that could be reasons why in areas it's higher or lower of this growth. And although there are fluctuations in data, that could also be from ungulates being loose in the surrounding areas, affecting the growth. But however, like I mentioned and focused on, ohia is such a resilient plant, and all native species are special to see growing. Finally, to conclude and reflect on my time with PIPES and with Forest Solutions, from the moment that PIPES started, I felt like I was about to embark on such a journey. And as you can tell, I like to hug trees. So I've just been so grateful to work with Forest Solutions because they have allowed me to hug trees. And when I think back to 10 weeks ago, to the start of this internship, life has just changed so much. One of my biggest takeaways this summer has been connections and creating pilina. From the little moments like driving along Mamalahoa Highway and talking about what we're gonna get to do for the day, to talking about what I brought for lunch, and sometimes it was terrible, like a wet tortilla and cold chicken with some hot sauce. Some of my worst moments, but also best moments. yeah, just all of those little connections and conversations were always full of information and advice that I will take with me on my academic and career journey. Also, being on Mokuo Kiave has really reconnected me to my ohana, and I would not be here without them. And I would just like to bring them into the room for a moment because I stand on the shoulders of my kupuna. And also having a familial connection to Aina is what makes experiences like these so much more meaningful. And I have been blessed to know my mo'okua hau and understand that my kupuna were once in these areas and on this moku specifically. And that just like regeneration of these native species, the lahui is growing exponentially. And in times of doubt, we always need to remind ourselves that we are the dreams of our ancestors. And for Hawaiians, our ancestors were scientists, creators, and even just humans. I plan on continuing to honor my relationship to Aina and my kupuna and how they have shaped the person that I have become today. No ka ho'ohanohano ana I ko'u mau kupuna, no ka ho'omauana I ka lahui, I ko lākou mau ho'ilina, e ʻauamo au I keia kuleana o ko kākou Aina, no ka lahui, a me nā keiki ma nā hanauna e hiki mai ana. No laila, he aha ka mea nui no nā hanauna hou. Pēlā no ka ho'i kaika ana I ka pilina me ua Aina nei. No ka mea, nele I ka waiwai ole I nā ua hala e ko kākou mau aloha no keia pai Aina o Hawai'i. Mahalo ho no ko kākou ana I ka uhuaka'i I keia kauwela me PIPES. And lastly, I just wanted to spend a big mahalo to everybody that has kokua'd me on this journey and brought me to where I am today. To UH Hilo, the PIPES Ohana, the amazing PIPES Ohana. For Solutions, my mentor, Sebastian Ma'a, who has no joke, guys, he's the kindest person ever. I'm like, what? Hau'olimo Loa Foundation, of course, and all of the other organizations that Forest Solutions has connected me to. KS, KMR, Queen Emma Land Trust, PTW, Paniolo Tonewoods, Eileen Ye, and my ohana on the camera. I love you guys. Mahalo for all the support. Mahalo.
Oh my kaya oi. Ewailea. Do we have any questions? Gotta at least have one. Just gonna wait till somebody raises their hand.
Thank you again for another really nice presentation. Did you notice any effects of rapid ohia death in any of the 4 stands that you guys were working?
That's a great question. Although my kilo skills are great, I was really focused on the ground and the new growth. So I didn't see like in my project in my focus areas, I didn't see too much of rod. But as in my overarching experience, I've definitely seen rod throughout all the places that I visited, just driving around even, which is pretty sad because it's so visible. But yeah, not too specific for what I did this summer, but yeah.
Malo, we have one more question over here.
Mahalo nui. Wonderful presentation. Just wondering, since you are Mekia Ha'awina Olelo Hawai'i at Manoa, after this summer being immersed in Aina, what do you see as your future career path? Has it changed a little bit? Was it always? Yeah, just wanting to hear a little more.
Aloha. Yeah, this summer, I've always been connected to Aina, but I think as I take this journey with PIPES, and I also did kupu last summer, just continuing on this path of conservation and always making sure I use my Olelo Hawai'i as it is the language of the land, and just fostering that pilina that we all have to Aina. I definitely see myself in the future in conservation for sure. Not sure what particular part, because as I've learned, there's so many different parts like fencing, ungulate control, killing cats. Are cats ungulates? Anyways, but yeah, I definitely see myself in conservation, just continuing to work on the Aina because it is what feeds me and feeds my na'au. Mahalo.
Okay, I think that's our last question. Mahalo nui. Let's give another round of applause for Wailea Tupo. Tupo.
Okay, mahalo nui, Wailea. We are going to finish our symposium on the Kona side of the Mokupuni. The next few presentations are on the Kona side, and I am honored to introduce to you Kahina Hewitt.
O hea valeo koe na makamaka mai ka aina kaulana I ka wakani lehua, kahia kamakani puulena e pahea heana. A I ke one kaulana I ka pūpū kahelelani, kahie noho ana ka waiuhuna a ka pauo. Aloha nui kākou. I am Kahina Hewitt from Holualoa, Kona, and I am an upcoming senior at UH Hilo. And this summer as a PIPES intern, I got to study in Miloli'i. And transitioning into my research project, Kawaiola o Miloli'i, an inventory of the coastal water sources in the Puaka'i'a zone of Miloli'i. The moku of Kona is known to be dry with no surface water or consistent running streams. However, Miloli'i and many other coastal areas of Kona has water sources and submarine freshwater outflow that best accommodate life in the Kona environment. By using ethnographic research and contemporary maps to inventory and create a comprehensive map of Miloli'i's water sources and water quality, we can strengthen and inform contemporary stewardship practices and support the baseline of future water quality efforts. Vai. In Hawaiian culture, water is culturally significant and is vital to all aspects of life. He hue vaiola ke kanaka na kane. People are kane as living water gourd. Vai is vital to all living things in order to survive, and this olelo na eo compares humans to a gourd of water kept by kane, which is one of the main akua, and kane is associated with life and fresh water. Olaika vai, water is life, and kane is the keeper of both. Here's an excerpt of the chant Hemele no Kane, and I'd like to highlight the line, water that imbues mana, water that imbues life. Miloli'i, a revered and rural Hawaiian fishing village located in Kapalilua, South Kona. It was once a busy town with its own store, ice house, and fisher halau, and has always been known for opelu fishing and Hawaiian fishing practices, sustaining their village and adjacent communities. Now, I did not grow up frequenting the areas of Miloli'i, although I'm from Kona, and even graduated from a high school in South Kona, because it was instilled in me from a young age that it is not a place I go to unless invited or wanted by that community. And so I knew that incorporating the knowledge that I can learn from the ESTAV lab at UH Hilo into my hana in Miloli'i was a very unique experience this summer. And moving forward in research, I will continue that same protocol in any aina that I go to. As for the community-based subsistence fishing area, yesterday Miloli'i had celebrated their 1-year anniversary of the CBSFA rules that was spearheaded by Kalani Hale, the nonprofit organization and co-manager of the marine managed area, approximately 18.6 miles of coastline. They strive to ensure Miloli'i and Kapalilua is a thriving fishing community, and Kalani Hale provides social and youth community programs for Miloli'i's village and the nearby communities. Their mission is to improve the educational opportunities for their youth, malama its environment, and sustain the cultural well-being of Miloli'i village. Kalani Hale conducts community-based research by monitoring and surveying marine managed fish and invertebrate species and water quality. They perpetuate the Hawaiian traditional and customary fishing practices and ensure that konohiki stewardship and kilo are extensively used in seasonal and marine environmental monitoring and surveying. So as for this map, in highlighted yellow is that 18.6 miles of coastline, and in the blue slashed out area is the Puakaia zone, where I happen to focus most of my research this summer. Although I was able to visit and dive the other zones, all of the Vai activities was in the Puakaia zone. Transitioning into my methods, ethnohistorical research and ethnographic research was used, and we examined published and unpublished materials, including technical reports and maps for information pertaining to Vai in Miloli'i. And for field work, we did daily kilo observations of Papahulilani, Papahulihonua, and Papahanaumoku, as well as monitoring and surveying fish, invertebrates, and water quality in the intertidal and coastal environments. Water quality data collection, we used a YSI meter to find attributes in the freshwater outflow at low, mid, and high tide in the Puakaia zone. And for GPS documentation, we recorded GPS points and tracks for our water quality sites in the Puakaia zone. For the mapping, we used ArcGIS to display the GPS points collected on the Garmin and the YSI data at the study sites. And being a part of community events established stronger pilina with the Aina and Kaiaulu of Miloli'i, and it provided a space for us to show mahalo to that Aina for hosting us. Here in the photo is a marlin that was caught on one of the weekend tournaments that I got to volunteer and support. Although it's outside of my research topic, it was valuable to still be a part of the event. And transitioning to the maps created, I'm going to show you 3 maps. This first one is the average temperature in the freshwater outflow of the Puakaia zone. This data was collected over the course of the PIPES internship, and we used the same 10 geographic points along the coastline, and the beige representing the colder water and red representing the warmer temperatures. This map is the same 10 points, although it is highlighting the average salinity in the freshwater outflow, and the lighter color blue or the white being less salinity, indicating more fresh water, and the blue being more salt water. And this final map is the average percentage of dissolved oxygen in the kai. So all of this data was taken at low tide and high tide along the duration of the internship. Here's a graph representing the average temperatures, dissolved oxygen, and salinity from over the course of PIPES. Okay, so Vai in the Puakaia zone depicted on the maps contribute to the health of marine life. The Puakaia zone is a gathering place for the juvenile fish in order to seek shelter and food. This is also an outdoor learning classroom for the youth and community to perpetuate the ocean lifestyle and practices of Miloli'i. Future water quality research may contribute to the knowledge of the effects of the upland practices and how it directly affects Makai environment and marine species. So some of the marine life that we found in the Vai kai, as we conducted kilo, we observed pua'ama gathering at site P8, reflecting the function of the Puakaia zone. So pua'ama are these small fish. These are juvenile mullet in an area that has fresh water. Through observation while diving the coastline, there was a larger population of fish in areas with the vaikai. The water of this coastal area was blurry and cold, which is an indicator of fresh water mixing with the salt water. And here's an underwater photo of an invasive limu that is a reflection of the quality of water that flows into the ocean. Perhaps this could be connected to excessive nutrients from groundwater runoff. This research is highlighting the richness of freshwater resources in Kona to contrast to the typical depictions of Kona lacking fresh water. Because Miloli'i and other coastal areas of Kona has many amazing water sources, features, and distribution systems. Some challenges and limitations that I experienced was that the duration of this internship did not suffice for the amount of research that should be conducted for this wahipana. And my recommendations is for more studies and ethnohistorical research could be conducted to identify and document water sources, to explore how these may function as components of the CBSFA, and for the life-giving water and its function to the health of Miloli'i. Another recommendation would to be conduct a comprehensive multi-agency collaborative water quality study at various sites within the 18.6 miles of the CBSFA to document nutrient and bacterial levels. This multifaceted research could compare water quality at the remote, pristine, and populated areas and determine how nutrients and bacteria are affecting limu, fish, and nearshore water quality. Heleo mahalo keia I ka umaukumu, the National Science Foundation, Hau'oli Mauloa, Kalani Hale, ESTAV, UH Hilo, PIPES, and the Aina of Miloli'i for guiding me on this research project and Huakai. PIPES has strengthened my academic journey and encouraged positive development for me as a haumana, a kanaka, and a kama'aina of Kona. I would like to pursue wahikupuna stewardship as a possible career path to positively contribute to the Lahui Hawai'i. Mahalo no ka ho'olohe ana mai. Here's a fun photo of the Miloli'i hui and ohana on the boat off the shore of Miloli'i, and here is a QR code so that you guys can scan this with your iPhone and learn more about the Miloli'i CBSFA. Now, before transitioning into my partner's presentation, to learn more about Miloli'i and his hana there, I'd like to open the space to Ninau and Mana'o. Mahalo.
Awesome job, Kahina. We're super proud of you. Are there any questions? Yeah.
Mahalo nui for the informative presentation. My question is, what effect, if any, did you see tide having on the water quality results you were getting?
So certain points in the Puaka'i'a zone didn't always have water. So for example, P8 during low tide had no water at all. Versus P8 during high tide, there was the vai and kai mixing. And if you were to look at the graphs of the averages of all the data we took over time at P8, there is a gap in that graph, and that's because on certain dates there was no water to test.
One more question? Anybody got a question? Question? Do we have a question online? No? Okay, can we get another round of applause for Kahina? Mahalo nui.
Mahalo nui e Kahina for sharing that wonderful journey in Miloli'i. And staying in Miloli'i, we actually have our next speaker, native of Oahu, Ko'olaupoko. Maka ahupua o Kaneohe. We have Kainalu, Kiliukuli Grace. Mahalo.
Yes, aloha kākou. My name is Kanalu Mahiai Kili'ikuli Grace. The title of my project is Oi. We get too much, Roy. So the goal of this project was trying to pinpoint trends of the invasive peacock grouper Roy in the Miloli'i CBSFA. So just a quick ho'olauna. I was born and raised in He'ia, Oahu, hence the Falls. My mother is a Kili'ikuli from Waimea, and my dad is a Grace from Napo'opo. I'm a senior at Linfield University, where I'm majoring in environmental policy with a minor in environmental economics. Growing up, I just loved the kai, fishing, surfing, diving, whatever's. I just loved it. So that was a major catalyst into getting me into the field of environmental science. I did PIPES last year, had a great experience, and we actually had a huaka'i down to Miloli'i, and that introduced me to the space and to the ohana that I have down there. So the organizations I was working under was Kalani Hale and the Makai Watch. My mentors was Will Me Hui Hui and cousin Laila Kaupu. Auntie Uilani stay over there too, yes. And they were mentored by Uncle Mac Poi Poi, who held Kanako Iwi perspectives and practices on how to manage the kai through years of experience and passed down ike. So the issue we're going through with these fish is that they're one of the most destructive invasive species that we have here in the Hawaii Islands. And my project was basically just trying to create a baseline study on roy behavior, habitat, diet, breeding, and ciguatera trends, because there's very little research on these fish. So just quick introduction to the CBSFA. Like Kahina said yesterday, 1 year ago, we got the CBSFA started. Kalani Hale is tasked with gathering data and inputting rules and regulations to ensure healthy fish populations. And Makai Watch is just made up of Miloli'i community members who enforce Kalani Hale's rules and regulations. So taking data on these protected species help us pinpoint their breeding seasons and sexual maturity, sizes, and ages. And all the data that we get is thrown into a large database that helps us compare to previous years, seasons, moon phases, and places. Because, you know, with global warming, increasing water temperature, ocean acidity, a lot of these species that we have here, they're really susceptible to changes in their breeding seasons because their environmental cues are getting all jammed up. So the database ensures that Kalani Hale can create accurate and open and closed breeding seasons. And then hopefully this works. Yup. This is the Miloli'i app. So like Kahina said, you guys can scan the QR code. Don't tell me that. Okay, all good, but it can hold events. There's like 4 tabs to it. There's an event tab with stuff that's going on down there. It has the species and the rules with those species. So our 4 species that we focus on is pakuikui, yellow aikole, uhu, and u'u, or as we know, minpachi. It also has the zoning, like kind of how Kahina was showing that map and all of that. We have 4 pu'uhonuas, and we have a Pelu management zone, and we have a Pakukui rest area, so you're not allowed to take from any of those. So I'm just gonna jump right into the roy because there's a lot. So they're known as the peacock grouper, peacock hind, scientific name, but all of us know them as roy, which is actually their Tahitian name. They can grow up to 2 feet long and up to 10 pounds. And they were introduced to Hawaii in 1956 as a sport fish. They're now located on throughout the whole Pai'aina. And there's now reports of them getting spread up into Papana, Mokuakea, which is the northern Hawaiian Islands. These fish have really no natural predators, so they can just eat and eat and eat without really, without any consequence. NOAA did a study, and they found that the average roy can eat up to 150 native fish annually. So imagine if one spot get 9,000 roy, how much native fish annually is getting taken out. They outcompete natives for food sources. So not only do they eat natives, but they also eat the natives' food sources as well. So it's kind of a double whammy. They're extremely good fish. I've ate a couple. They're actually really good, but they're taken off the menu because of high levels of ciguatera in them. So, like I said, I focused on breeding, habitat, diet, behavior, and ciguatera trends. And I followed Kalani Hale's methods for their protected species data collection. So that was taking fork lengths, weight, genders, gonad weights, and just baseline gonad kilo. So that's like observations, so colors, fullness, and all kind of stuff like that. So here's just a few pictures, kind of getting into it, extracting the gonads, all of that. Oh, small pictures, huh? So some trends I found in their habitat and behavior. How I did that is just getting in the water all the time, spending as much time as you can around these fish, and really just trying to kilo. They love dark spaces where they can hide, and they especially love lobe coral, which is this kind of coral. Oh, wow, all these pictures are small. Oh, good. Lobe coral just has a bunch of like crevices and cracks and stuff that they can kind of jump into. And then they frequent water from like 6 to 60 feet, but you'll basically find them wherever get lobe coral like this. They hunt at dawn and dusk, and that's actually when they're easiest to catch. And then they tend to sunbathe like right outside their holes in the afternoon hours. For all my divers, you know, the classic Roy flaps. Yeah, they hang out in groups of 12 to 20. And I call them like, they get like gangs. So it's like, there's a gang of like 12 to 20, and then they get like 100 square yards. And then you go to another one and get a different gang. So it's kind of like they'll get their own like hoods too. It's pretty cool. They're actually extremely intelligent. I call them, me and like cousin Lila over there, we call them Roy Highways because, you know, you can go dive down on one with your 7-foot tree prong and you're 10 feet away from it. And then he'll jump into a rock, and then he'll pop up 40 yards away from you, staring at you, and you're just like, oh, how did that happen? But yeah, they really, since they live in the same areas all the time, they know their areas extremely well. And then they follow puhis around, actually. I noticed that if I can kind of follow a puhi around, I'm going to tend to find Roy, because the puhis will go into crevices and stuff, go hunt. And then the Roy will kind of follow them around, and then whatever small kind fish jump out of the rock, scared of the puhi, they get mopped by the Roy. So, I mean, I don't think it's a symbiotic relationship. I think it's more just Roy's taking advantage. Suckers, bro. So for their diet, how I kind of got those methods was just gathering specimens and just opening up their stomach contents, checking to see what I find. This is kind of tricky because when you dispatch Roy, they tend to throw up their entire stomach. So it's kind of like you got to try to remember what they just threw up, or I was like grabbing their palu and like throwing it in my wetsuit and stuff. Like, but the smaller ones tend to enjoy invertebrates like crab, shrimp, vana, small lobsters, and small taco. So that means that they compete with native predatory fish for their food. So like papio, uku, goats, that's all stuff that they like to eat too. But the bigger ones just like natives in general. They don't like their food, they just like them. So I found a lot of oama, a lot of yellow aikole, and a lot of menpachi. They really, really like menpachi. So on the left, we can see that is a big shrimp and a little Roy, and you know, on Moanakali would probably love to eat that, but it can't now. And then this is a big Roy, and that, like if I seen it swimming, I probably would have shot it and ate it. But brother, he ate one big one, so they really, really love menpachi. So for breeding trends, like I said, I follow Kalani Hale's methods of protected species gonad data collection. I gathered specimen, extracted gonads. They're kind of like uhu, if you're familiar. They're hermaphroditic fish. So they're all born female, and then they turn into males later in life. So if a male dies or something, then the next biggest female, she's gonna start turning into a male. And I found that it's like at about 800 grams. They have to be pretty large. I'm estimating the harem size, which is like the female to singular male ratio. So it's probably like 20 females per a single male. So by taking out a single male, we're stunning the breeding of like 20 females. And then for like a year and a half or however long that stage is that it takes the biggest female to change into the male, there's no breeding going on there. And then I also noticed that during like when the moon is the largest, so like during the poi poi season, males are milking and their gonads are super full. That's when their gonads are the largest and they're really full of sperm. And with females, it was just kind of random. Like they'll have small gonads whenever, they'll have big egg sacs whenever. So I still need further research to pinpoint the exact trends. Only had 2 months, and I think this is like a 2-year kind of thing, but we figure them out. I'm gonna keep it going. So on this left side, you can kind of see this is the male gonad, and then this is the female egg sac. But like this is a female, and then this is a male. So it looks pretty similar. So you kind of got to cut it open and try to see really kilo what's going on in there. And then I noticed with males, I had a really hard time trying to find any differences with them. But the males tend to have that orange stripe down on their fin. So for events like a Roy Roundup or, you know, the last national spearfishing stuff in Waikoloa that just happened in June, imagine if everybody had this information like to go pop these ones with the orange, and then they planned it on like during like the poi poi season, how much more Roy we would have taken out of there. Even though they took out, I think, 9,000 pounds or something crazy, but we would have made so much more of an effect on their population. So just a quick stuff on Ciguatera. This is like the bioaccumulation stuff. So Ciguatera, or ciguatoxins, they grow in coral and on limu and on like the baseline trophic level. And then so small fish and invertebrates, whatever they eat, that kind of stuff, and they get small traces of it. And then stuff like Roy, they're gonna go eat a bunch of those little fish, a bunch of those invertebrates, and then they get more Ciguatera. And then someone like me who's gonna go grind them, I could get Ciguatera, so, you know, wake up all sweaty with my left side numb. Doesn't sound very fun. But for that, I couldn't really find, or I couldn't really afford any Ciguatera testing kits. It's like $300. But I decided to use Fijian Ciguatera methods. So they have Ciguatera problems there too, but they love eating Roy. And one of the things that they do is they cut into the tail and they look for like hemorrhage, dark purple blood, or like really red meat. And that's like an indicator of high Ciguatera levels. So like, out of these two, which one you think you're grinding? Probably not left side, because then that's when you're gonna be all sweaty and left side on numb. But compared to this is a much smaller Roy, and that looks pretty good to me. This is the kind I would probably grind. Another thing that the Fijian people do is they use like village cats, mongoose, and even puhi is what I found, is that they know they can sense Ciguatera levels. So they tend to stay away from specimens that are high in Ciguatera. So like overall, I recommend probably like if it's over 500 grams or over 35 centimeters, maybe don't try it. But right here, Ehuda cat, she was my main tester. 9 out of 10 times, she stays away from the ones with the clotted blood, and she'll go to the one with the good, clean meat. And then right here, I have a video of this puhi. It's a small Roy. No clotted blood. Goes up, give him a sniff. How's it feeling? Oh no. Oh, and then right there's another one. So I have to post them on YouTube. This is a much bigger Roy. Much bigger Roy. And the puhi he sniffs him out, takes a little nibble. He's like, nah, I'm out of here. So that was pretty cool to see. Like, usually puhis eat everything, you know what I mean? So that was super cool to see. And then just another thing I wanted to touch on is Lavai Apono, which translates to being a righteous or balanced fisherman. One of the pipes things that stuck out to me last year, I forgot who said it, but the literal translation of Lavai'a, lava is enough, I'a is fish. So modern day, we're not really part of nature anymore. We more dominate it. And every fisherman, you know, how many of your brothers and sisters you see out there, you know what I mean? They're always trying to flex the biggest ulua or like the most aku or something. But Hawaiians, they maintain a balance with their relationship, with their environment. And they made sure that they were always sustainable in their actions. So something I just really want to stress is, you know, wherever you take from, you also give to. And wherever you give, you're allowed to take from. It's just where you put your pilina in places that makes it, definitely put your pilina in places that, building pilina with a place makes you care for it more, you know what I mean? So therefore you want to take care of it. So some modern Lawaiʻopono practices would be just leaving the place that you are better than where you found it. Invasive roundups, you know, we get a bunch now. Sustainable harvest, community outreach, so talking story, you know, if you get that one brother who's out there just pounding fish, maybe no go walk over, get on nuts, but just kind of talk story, and more just trying to create that understanding. Yup, so that's 2 Milroy right there, crown of thorns. These things are like aliens, they're gnarly. I definitely think you guys should look it up because they're a terrible, terrible thing. Probably running out of time over here. But then this is hanai opelu over here. So we're feeding opelu with vegetable palu at Lila's dad's ko'as. Talked at the Lawaiʻa camp. I had a bunch of kids that was gonna go snorkeling and try to identify corals. So I was showing them, you know, how to use naupaka to go and clean your mask and stuff. They had $3 Walmart masks, so I don't think there's enough naupaka around the Pai'aina to help that out. And then this is just some quick videos of hanai opelu. So he's hitting the boat because it's like their fish, you know what I mean? It's their ko'a, so the fish know their calls, so they're coming in. And then you can't really see, I'm in a shaky boat with a shaky phone after a very long dive. But right here, you can kind of see all of the opelu coming in and eating. So take care of the things that can take care of you, right? Yeah. Still stay. Big shout out to National Science Foundation, the PIPES Ohana for this amazing past 2 years. I truly learned so much, and it's really shaped to what I think my future is gonna be. UH Hilo, Haoli Mauloa Foundation, Kalani Hale, and the community of Miloli'i for taking me in. I really appreciate it. Mahalo nui.
Wow, kainalu. Awesome job. What, round 3 next year?
If I'm back in Miloli'i, guaranteed.
Do we have any questions?
Sorry, some more from me. Mahalo nui for the presentation. 2-part question. One is on the project and one is personal. But project-wise, I know you said this is a short project, but you just dropped major gems for someone like me who helps organize ROI removal events. And so I wonder, acknowledging that I think you guys are done after today, but can you write those up as recommendations and include it on this project page? Plan your event around a poi poi moon, looking for those orange pava ones. Even what you said about, like, if you follow a puhi, you are highly likely to, that kind of stuff is invaluable. So I think those don't ever underappreciate those kind of observations. They're really important. That was a comment, not a question, sorry. Maybe question, request. Second part is, I was super stoked to hear you're doing environmental policy and economics, and I don't think you should change that. But you're also doing advanced ichthyology right here. So wondering if this is shaping what you might want to do in the future. We work pretty frequently with the Gabrowski lab, and we just sent samples to Germany for SIG testing. You did something that took like 5 minutes. So I would love to see how those things cross-compare. Super major work you're doing.
Mahalo.
Any other comments or questions? Yeah, Tyler.
The Uku Slayer again, one question.
I can't get over there.
Get your steps in, get your steps in.
Super awesome presentation, Nalu. Even me, like a longtime diver, I didn't know a lot of that stuff about Roy, and that's definitely something I'm gonna be incorporating more into my lifestyle. But I was just wondering, what is like one of the biggest sustainable like skills or techniques that you picked up living down Miloli'i, because you're living there, experiencing the lifestyle, and like being fully incorporated in the brand new CBSFA. What is one of those techniques that you're most excited to take back to Oahu, where you're from?
Big difference in place, I guess like the biggest thing is just the more time you spend around something, the more you're gonna understand it. Like in Miloli'i, like I seen how many baby moana kalis like just loaded, which is super cool to see. And then later I was like, a moana kali sounds mean for dinner, but it's kind of just trying to find that that understanding. If you know, get choke baby moana kali around, okay, then I don't feel as bad, you know, taking one of these fish out of, I believe it was a pair, that's why there's two of them. So I was like, oh, I don't know if, you know, this is a breed, they're both about to breed or something. But it's kind of just trying to understand what else is going on around you, I guess. Mahalo.
You have one more question. Yeah, mahalo nui. You have one more question online.
Great. You know, I was talking with Nalu last night and it's like, I don't know about law school. Maybe you should be an advanced ichthyologist. You should be, yeah, you've got a lot of options here. The question online, actually, I was just starting to write a note to Tim Grabowski and Brian Nielsen, the head of DAR, saying, hey, we need to find funding for more of this, and look at this guy. So your question is from Nicola Rodriguez, who's been working on Ciguatera and doing Roy, and her question is, mahalo for the great talk. I'm wondering, where did you learn about the Fijian method?
Online. I think Brother Will's he was like, I was kind of stressed out, like I couldn't get Ciguatera test kits. Yeah, I was like, that's just not, that wouldn't have worked. And if I did send it into a lab or something, by the time I got the results back, I would be back up in Oregon at school. So Brother Will's found something online and kind of just, that showed some of that stuff and how like the Fijians do that, because they also have a high amount of Ciguatera over there, but they love eating Roy. So that was just one of the methods, or a few of the methods that they do.
One more? No. Oh yeah. Can we get another round of applause for Kainalu? Awesome job.
Right on. Mahalo nui Kainalu for sharing that wonderful presentation. Piha Mekaikapili. For our last presentation, but not least, who will be wrapping up our 2023 PIPES Symposium, I'm proud to introduce Hilo's very own Tyler Jeske. Aloha.
All right, aloha mai kako. My name is Tyler Jeske. And as Mina just said, I am from Hilo. I just finished my third year at the UH Hilo Marine Science program. And I am specifically from Kaumana here. And my project this summer, just to orient you to space, was, I gotta click them. All the way in Kahalu'u here. So once again, here is the entirety of which Mina knew from last summer. And here is where they assigned me my project. But I'm super appreciative of PIPES either way, no matter where they assign me. But the reason I headed all the way out to Kahalu'u in Kona was to work with the wonderful team at Reef Teach, which is a extension of the Kohala Center's Kahalu Bay Education Center. And so Reef Teach was founded in 2000 by UHC grant, and then in 2006 was joined by the Kohala Center. And it was really founded just after lifeguards, residents, and the UHC grant students saw the decline of the bay's health and the large amount of tourists and foot traffic visiting the bay each year. And so Reef Teach, our main goal is really just to educate visitors about the best way to interact with the reef, proper reef etiquette. And some of the ways we do that is we talk about harmful sunscreens, sunscreens containing oxybenzone or octinoxate, which can damage the reef and actually bleach the coral. And then also we show them the best ways to enter the water, exit the water, where to not step on the coral, how not to interact with the marine life in a harmful way. And then we also help to collect data about the health of the bay and share that back into the community. So my mentors this summer was Auntie Cindy Punihaole, who is the director of the Kahalu Bay Education Center and the main overseer of pretty much all the activities that go on down there. Here she is on the left, if you couldn't tell. But she is a wonderful woman, super passionate about where she's from and what she does, and none of my project would be possible without her. My other mentor was Kathleen Clark, who is sitting in the back right there, and she was an amazing resource this summer. She recently finished her master's, so everybody should quickly turn and congratulate her. And she is actually the Kohala Center's Marine Stewardship and Education Specialist. And during her master's, she worked on developing a community-driven monitoring plan for Kahalu'u Bay. So for some of the data that we collect down at Kahalu'u, we take water quality data from several different sites within the bay. And this allows the program to determine which areas of the bay are most vulnerable. Then we take those water quality samples and use a YSI to record the salinity, temperature, dissolved oxygen, and pH. And the site locations range all across the shoreline in the bay to give a more comprehensive overview of the bay's condition. And it also helps us to determine what areas of the bay are getting the largest amount of freshwater influx to determine where possible areas of pollution, runoff, oversaturation of nutrients, and things like that could enter. And to help us determine that, we actually take water quality samples to send to a lab to be tested for nutrient content. But the main way that we gather data is just through kiloing the bay. Because the Reef Teach program is almost entirely composed of volunteers, the easiest way for us to collect data is just to have the volunteers look around, observe, and then report back on what they saw and what they think could be most focused on during their time at Kahalu'u Bay. And one of the examples of this kilos is that a lot of the volunteers noticed that visitors coming to the bay would walk out on the papa right there, the reef flat that's right in front of Kahalu'u Bay. And because of this, they were damaging the limu and actually taking away a lot of the food and resting areas for fish, honu, and other integral component organisms of Kahalu'u Bay. So to remedy this, the Reef Teach team made up these signs that help inform visitors about the dangers of walking out on the papa and how to best interact with the reef flat to make sure that there's honu, i'a, and limu for the bay. And here's just a better look at, it's an actual physical barrier here to make people stop and read the signs so they're better informed about going out into the water. And so our main goal at Reef Teach is just to talk to the visitors of Kahalu'u Bay about the threats that the reef is facing and how we can best minimize them. So we show the tourists the best way to get in and out of the water so they aren't stepping on limu or coral. We put buoys out that mark where the coral starts and advise them not to stand up past those buoys. That's not only for the safety and preservation of the reef, but also for their own safety so they don't hurt themselves, cut themselves, or get trapped in any coral or reef structure. And then we also talk to the tourists after they come out of the water and finish snorkeling so that we can help identify anything that they saw in the bay. And then that also lets us know what's most prolific out in the bay, what kind of trends are happening, and what most people are seeing as they're snorkeling in Kahalu'u Bay. So although Reef Teach is a small program that is comprised mainly of volunteers, we have shown some impressive results. And a lot of this is due to the data collected during the program, and then that helps us better collaborate with other entities that allow us to make a larger impact on Kahalu'u. So one of my favorite examples of this is when Reef Teach and other visitors of the bay noticed a large decline in our cauliflower coral populations, and we had actually lost over 90% of cauliflower coral within the bay due to foot traffic, sunscreen toxins, and other heavily touristed area conditions. So to remedy this, we've actually collaborated with the County of Hawaii to shut down Kahalu'u Bay Beach Park during cauliflower coral spawning to give the best opportunity for these corals to set in the bay. And then we also put out free mineral sunscreen dispensers, and we offer a trade-in for toxic sunscreens that are harmful for the reef, and we can exchange it for mineral sunscreens that won't damage the reef as much. And because of these programs, we have successfully had several cauliflower coral spawnings, and the sunscreen pollutants within our bay have dropped rapidly from the previous years. And so while I was working with the volunteers at Kahalu'u Bay, it really shifted my perspective on conservation in general, and especially just living in Hawaii. A lot of the volunteers at Kahalu'u aren't from here. They're retirees. They're people coming into Hawaii, people that have the free time to volunteer at the bay. And even though they're not from here, they devote so much of their time and energy into this project, into protecting this resource that they didn't even grow up with. It's a resource for the people of Kona. It's a resource for everybody around the island. And it's these volunteers that put in day after day, every single day, every single holiday, even Christmas, they're at Kahalu'u Bay working hard to make sure that this area is preserved for future generations. And another point that I'd like to bring up is just a little comparison to a lot of the presentations that I heard today. I've heard a lot of impressive numbers, thousands of acres, tens of thousands of acres, miles of area that are being conserved, being protected by these programs. We get 4.2 acres, and we don't own it. The county owns it. We have no legal jurisdiction, but we still devote all this time and energy into protecting this place just because we value it. So I think that's a really important message for me that showed me just how much of a difference you can make, even if you don't have a lot of power, even if you don't have a lot of money, but as long as you care enough. As always, I'd like to thank the PIPES Ohana for kokuing me during this entire summer, as well as last summer, the Kohala Center for providing this excellent opportunity, my mentors, Auntie Cindy and Kathleen, and of course, all my funding for this summer that allowed me to have this special opportunity. Thank you.
Awesome job, Tyler. Do we have any questions for Tyler?
Thank you so much, Tyler. That was awesome. I love hearing from your perspective. That was one of the things that I felt like Tyler really brought all the way from Hilo, was his perspective and He taught me so much about fish, and yeah, it was just a pleasure to have him over in Kona with us. My question to you, Tyler, after being at Kahalu'u with us for 10 weeks or so, what, if anything, might you recommend that we could do to enhance our program, or to maybe in the wording we use, or the way we interact with folks? Are there any suggestions that you have, or recommendations after your 10 weeks?
That is an excellent question. I actually think that the Reef Teach program has a really good approach to interacting with people. As Auntie Cindy says, it's really hard to agree with someone when they're yelling at you. So our goal is to always interact with the visitors with aloha, show them kindness, friendliness, and basically be conversational and make a new friend. And once you have that friend, they can help you with what you're trying to do. So I really think that's important. A critique maybe would be just the way we interact with the visitors, like the location maybe, because I think that although we're a really small program, I think at this point we have the resources to spread out a little more. Our office, if you didn't know, is this picnic table right here. So I think just trying to catch the visitors as soon as they come into Kahalu'u, and kind of greet them with an attitude of, let me help you, let me show you Kahalu'u. And then I think that would be a really easy way to interact with almost everybody that comes into the bay. Thank you.
Do we have any more questions for Tyler? One more? Come on, Pipes interns. You gotta have a... Oh, mom comment. Let's hear the mom comment.
Well, of course there's a mom comment. So she says, wow, that was a beautiful sentiment. Makes me think of Uncle Skibbs and all the work he has done at Honolulu, which I fully agree. And just an aside, I've known Tyler since he was like this little guy playing in the back of a car during soccer games. And it's really great to see how you really kind of brought it home. I really want to appreciate it, because I think those sentiments of like how we're all working together is kind of what we're all about. So mahalo. I don't think I have any questions. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much.
Mahalo nui. All right, guys. That was our last presentation of the day. You want to come up here with me? I think we just wanted to do some closing statements before we release everybody. And hold on, I just got to open this up real quick. First of all, we'd like to thank our funders, because without our funders, this wouldn't be a program. We'd like to thank the Ha'oli Mauloa Foundation, National Science Foundation, Kipuka Native Hawaiian Student Service Center. They were a big help this year in getting our first Olelo Hawaii cohort off the ground and running. Obviously, we'd like to thank the Chancellor's Office at the University of Hawaii at Hilo for all their support. National Park Service, Keaholoa with their funding from the Lewis Stokes Alliance, NSF funding. Forest Solutions Inc., the UH Systems Office of Research and Innovation for the work done at Iole. And where is she? None but least, Noi Punivai Kamakakuo Kalani in the house. For all her wonderful support, not only funding-wise, but actually being there with the interns this year. I think it was a really special opportunity. Without any of their help, this program would not be what it is today in creating space for the next generation of Alohaina leaders in the Moana Nui a Kea. Mina, you want to come up and talk story a little bit? Would also like to mahalo all of our mentors. Without them, this space wouldn't be created for our interns, yes. Obviously, we'd like to thank the PIPES staff. Yeah, you know who you are. Yeah, can you get a round of applause for the PIPES staff? The people behind the scenes, Reverend Takayasu, Lori, I don't even know how to say Lori's last name, Buffel. And if you're an intern, you probably worked with them. We'd also like to thank our PIPES past coordinators, Ulu Ching, Rita Miller, Linnea Hugh, and Sharika Wahi, as well as Erica Perry. There's a couple other ones that I'm forgetting, but you know who you are. We love you guys. As well as we'd like to thank, you know, we had an awesome writing team this year. It wouldn't have been able to have been done without the help and support from Kilohana STEM Success Center. So can we give them a round of applause, our academic center. Carla, Hayashi, Corin Kim, as well as I would like to personally thank Kiana Davis and Ree, I forget her last name to be honest. They were awesome support this year in helping guide the students and the interns through their journey, their 10-week journey. We'd also like to thank our Huaka'i hosts, the Lewis Ohana, Kavika Lewis, and Aina Yu, Pu'uvavaha, Nehu, and Nahe. Hopefully you're out there. As well as the Keali'iho Malu family and Uncle Sam. So mahalo nui for having us and hosting us. We'd also, can we give a round of applause to our audio and visual team? Blaine Bautista and his crew, Bruce Torres Fisher, and our translators for today, Po Maikai. And not but least, we would like to give a big mahalo to our interns. Can we get a round of applause for our interns? And I think that's a conclusion of our 29th PIPES Intern Symposium.
I want to actually give a big, huge mahalo to the person who created PIPES. PIPES Sharon Ziegler Chong, 29 years. Come on, guys, 29 years. We've been doing this. So I want to give a big mahalo out to Sharon for creating the space and creating this hui of people to aloha and awamo this kuleana of creating the next generation of aloha aina warriors and leaders. So yeah, me'ia mo manao, I think that's all we have.
Bye guys.
Mahalo nui. Thank you guys. Mahalo nui. Ahui ho. Sharon. Sharon has something to say. Mahalo nui nalu. Mahalo li'i. Mahalo nui vai.
take a group photo, interns. Yeah, that sounds great. Somewhere nice. I don't know.